The Hive City never slept. I could not sleep. Even when the lumen strips flickered low to mimic the illusion of night, the grinding of gears, the sigh of ventilation shafts, the endless march of boots across gantries and ferrocrete walkways filled the air with a constant reminder that there was no rest here. To live in a hive was to live inside a machine that did not care if you drew breath, so long as your labor fed its hunger. For most, the hab block was the closest thing to a home. It was a room without windows, its walls sweating rust and mildew, the ceiling low enough that you could touch it if you stretched. One lumen globe buzzed overhead, always faint, never bright, and the sound of your neighbors through walls too thin to hold secrets was the soundtrack of every meal, every prayer, every dream. Children cried through the night, couples argued, and sometimes, when curfew sirens blared, there were other sounds, pleading, boots stomping, the muffled crack of a stub around, and then silence. To a child, the hive could feel like eternity. They would learn quickly that the steel corridors and lifts, the endless queues, the ration lines, were all that life had to offer. The spire above, the shining towers where the nobles lived, were fairy tales told by parents too tired to believe them themselves. If you work hard enough, you'll see sunlight, they would whisper, but sunlight had not touched these levels in living memory. The sky was a rumor, a hive was not a home. It was a prison with the illusion of walls that kept danger out. In truth, the danger was always within. The gangs ruled the underlevels, carving bloody empires through forgotten corridors where the Arbites never set foot. They came at night, sometimes to collect tribute, sometimes just to take. Families huddled together in their hab cells, hoping the footsteps passed them by. You could bar the door, pile furniture against it, even weld the hinges shut, but if they wanted in, they came in. A home was not a shield here. It was a cage that made it easier to find. Even the Emperor's light did not reach the lower levels. The shrines were small, broken things, their candles nothing more than stubs waxed to rusted altars. Priests prayed, but their voices echoed hollow in chambers, filled with the stink of oil and sweat. Faith was supposed to make a home holy. Instead, the incense mingled with the reek of rot, and the saints' statues wept with condensation that streaked down like tears. There were nights when the air filters failed, and the smoke from the manufactories above sank into the hab blocks like poison. Children wheezed themselves to sleep, their lungs filling with blackness. Some never woke again. Mothers cradled still bodies in arms that had nothing left to offer. Fathers cursed but kept silent, because silence meant survival. To complain was to be noticed, and to be noticed was to be punished. The administrative officials, who collected tithes, did not care how many mouths went hungry, so long as the emperor's due was paid. The Arbites who patrolled the upper habs did not care how many bodies piled in the alleys, so long as no one dared raise their voices. The nobles who ruled from the spires did not care if entire districts drowned in sewage and plague, so long as their tables were set with clean plates. And so, the people learned to live inside walls that gave no safety, roofs that gave no shelter, and doors that might as well be made of paper. But the hive was still crueler. Its decay was not just in its bricks, but in its very soul. Homes were temporary by design, tenants rotated, families reassigned, debts paid in relocation slips that moved you from block to block until you could no longer remember where you first laid your head. Even the idea of home eroded here. You belonged not to your dwelling, but to the hive itself. Your blood, your sweat, your memories were mortar for walls that would never remember you. Yet the people tried. They always tried. A mother would hang scraps of cloth along a wall to cover the stains. A father might carve a small aquila into the table, as if that would keep the dark away. Children drew pictures with charcoal on ferrocrete, pretending that their cage was something gentler. They told themselves it was a home. They whispered the word to each other, as if speaking it might make it true. But it was a lie. When the alarms blared, when the Arbites raided, when a gang war spilled across a level, homes meant nothing. Families were dragged into corridors, neighbors trampled each other to escape, and had set aflame to drive out undesirables. The fire suppression systems had long since failed. Smoke crawled through ducts, choking entire districts. Those who stayed inside died in the dark, clutching their knees, waiting for salvation that never came. Those who ran met the stubbers or the knives. And beyond it all, the hive itself loomed, endless, ancient, uncaring. The walls were not walls, they were ribs of a carcass, bones of a machine that fed on its people and spat out their lives as ash into the void. If this was home, then home was a cruel joke. And yet, there were whispers, strange ones, ships vanishing from orbit, astropaths screaming in their sleep, the sound of static crawling down Vox lines. The priest in the Hab shrine said he could no longer feel the Emperor's gaze upon this place. Mothers clutched their children tighter. Fathers looked to the sky, though the sky was only a ceiling of steel. Something was coming. And if a hive was never a true home, then soon it would be something worse. A graveyard that forgot the names of the dead it buried. The priest's voice cracked like an old stone when he said the morning prayer. His hands shook as he traced the aquila in the air, and though his words followed the ritual, the rhythm was broken, faltering, like a heart that had forgotten how to beat. In the hive's shrines, prayers were the only thing that made the air feel less poisoned, less heavy. They were meant to be a shield, a lantern held against the shadows. But in those days the light did not reach. It began with silence. The astropaths who should have carried the Emperor's will across the stars began screaming in the night. Neighbors said they woke to the sound of fists pounding against steel walls, to the shrieks of minds unraveling inside their own skulls. And then the screaming stopped, not in peace, not in mercy, but in a silence so complete, it made the entire district ache. Their bodies were still there, but their eyes were gone, burned out from within, their sockets black and hollow, as if something had scooped their souls out with a spoon. The Arbites cordoned off the upper decks, but whispers slid through like smoke.
Ooh!
The Emperor was not watching. That was what the people said. His light had turned away, his gaze pulled from their world by something too vast, too dark, too hungry. The priest tried to deny it. He raised his arms and thundered sermons about faith tested in the furnace of despair, about the Emperor who never abandons his children. But his own hands would not stop trembling, and when he lifted the relic, an aquila carved from bone, polished smooth by centuries of lips pressed against it, his eyes flicked to the shadow in the corners, as if he feared it might be taken from him. Faith was supposed to be the last thing stripped from a man. In the hive, it was often the first. Mothers still taught their children to whisper catechisms before sleep, but the children began to cry during the words, as if some invisible thing whispered back. They woke with nosebleeds, trembling as if from fevers, though no fever followed. They dreamed of teeth, of a vast maw stretching wider than the sky. Their drawings changed too, no longer crude saints and spires, but black shapes blotting out light, creatures with too many eyes, too many claws. Parents burned those scraps, but fire could not erase what had already been seen. The psychers broke next. They clutched their heads, screaming of a shadow that pressed against their skulls. Some clawed their own faces bloody, desperate to tear it out. The administratum ordered their removal, for purification. None returned. Those who heard the rumors said they had not been taken to a temple or a Decay bay, but to pits dug into the earth covered with steel plates, their screams muffled and ignored until they ceased. The people told themselves it was mercy. They knew it was fear. In the Hab blocks, the lumen globes flickered more often. Maintenance was neglected, and power was rationed to higher levels. Families sat in the dark, whispering prayers that did not echo as they used to. Before, when they called on the Emperor, they felt warmth in their chests, a breath of strength that steadied them against the hive's cruelty. Now their voices fell flat, eaten by the walls, returning nothing. The priest led a mass in the cathedral's lower nave, and hundreds came, desperate for reassurance. They brought offerings, scraps of food, thrones scraped together, heirlooms chipped from bone or brass. The incense was lit, the hymns began, but as the voices rose, something pressed down on them like a weight. The air thickened, heavy with pressure, and throats seized. Some tried to shout louder, but the sound crawled back into their mouths, gagging them with their own words. One woman swore she saw the candles lean, not toward any draught but toward the floor, as if light itself was being pulled downward, consumed by something unseen. The priest's voice broke mid-sermon. His lips moved, but the words no longer reached, and then came the riots. Without faith, the Hive's fragile order fractured. Neighbors accused one another of blasphemy, of heresy, of failing to keep the Emperor's light burning. Families turned inward, locking their doors, welding them shut, hoarding what food they could. The Arbites came to restore order, but their batons and stubbers only fanned the fear. Shots cracked in the alleys. Children clutched their ears, waiting for the heavy boots to pass, praying to a silence that did not answer. The priest himself was dragged into the street one night, accused of lying, of leading them into darkness. His cries for mercy went unheard, drowned out by the crowd's roar. They tore his aquila from him, and shattered it beneath their heels. They left him broken, his faith carved out by the very flock he had tried to shepherd. His blood seeped into the cracks of the ferrocrete, and even that seemed swallowed too quickly, too easily. But the truth was worse. It was not simply that faith had failed, it was that faith had been eaten. Something pressed against their world, pressing against their minds, gnawing at their prayers, draining the warmth of their belief until all that remained was the husk of words with no soul. The Hive mind had not yet shown its teeth. It did not need to. All it had to do was lean close, and the Emperor's light faltered. The people felt it even if they did not understand it, and in that understanding was despair. Because if the Emperor could not hear them, who could? The Hive was never safe, but now it was worse than unsafe. It was abandoned, and abandonment meant death was already on its way. You learn, living in the Underhive, that walls have two jobs: keep things out and hold things in. They fail at the first, and excel at the second. They keep heat in the next room, when you're freezing. They keep smoke in your lungs when a neighbor's stove hiccups and vomits flame. They keep the sounds you make, prayers, sobs, promises you shouldn't have made, inside the cage where you made them. And when a thing happens often enough, the walls keep that too. Not like a vox, not like a camera, like a stain that doesn't fade, a memory smeared thin and rubbed into the grain of metal until you can feel it when you lean your head and close your eyes. That's how the walls remember screams down here. They don't echo, they soak. Our home was 3 sheets of corrugated and a stolen hatch welded into a corner where a pipe elbow sweated warm. We called it the crook on account of the bend, as if christening it could make the rust behave. You crawled in sideways, ducked under the steam scar that blistered the ceiling every 3rd hour, and sat on the crate we took turns calling a chair. The light was a bulb that flickered when the sump pumps thought about waking. The floor was a runoff gutter we had convinced to flow around us, not through us, with sandbags stuffed with old clothes and tired faith. We owned a pot, a pry bar, a knife with less edge than memory, and a scrap of parchment with an aquila smudged onto it by hands that had loved a better altar once. It was enough to pretend. Pretending is how homes are made in the Underhive. Joran lived across the catwalk, a man with wrists like cables and eyes that counted without moving. He and his sister Lisa shared a space smaller than ours, and between us we owned a tarp that kept the rust rain off the walk when the dome above decided to cry. The boy we called Peak belonged to nobody and everyone. He slept wherever the sump wasn't talking that night, and ate from hands that still remembered children should eat before men. He could slip through a vent with only the sound of a rat apologizing. When he laughed, it made the pipes seem less hollow, as if the Hive hadn't quite won yet. We were careful about noises. Arguments we took out to the shunt behind the chemical condensers, where the hiss could hide how human we were. Prayers we whispered into cloth to keep them blunt. We laughed like water. Sometimes, late, when the hum from the manufactorum stacks backed off to a purr, and you could pretend the city had rolled onto its side to sleep, Lisa would hum a tune she said belonged to a festival that used to live in the mid-habs, candles in jars and sweet bread and saints with paper halos. I never saw such a thing. Down here saints wear grease for halos and their mouths are full of warnings you ignore, at a price. The price changed every day. A gang that called themselves Red Hands because they liked to earn the name came through twice a week with hooks on cords and guns that coughed. They wanted water first and bodies second, sometimes men for carrying, sometimes girls for not carrying. If you had nothing, you paid with hope, and they took that too, in the way a boot takes the shape of your ribs when it decides to be thorough. The enforcers, the Hive's idea of law where law goes to smoke, came through just often enough to remind you your life was borrowed. They would stand, visors black, batons sleeping on their shoulders, and recite a fine for illegal habitation, as if the words could move walls. Then they would light a flamer and explain in orange. We learned to move fast, the walls learned faster. They creaked when men with boots walked too confidently, as if trying to warn us. They sweated before chem leaks announced themselves. They warbled with the quiver of a dome someplace high, deciding it had had enough and would rather be floor. The day the roof fell 3 corridors over, the sound came first, a groan like a giant deciding to stand up after a meal, then a low rushing as dust learned to be air, then silence where voices had been. We went to help, because you do that, until the math makes you stop. We found a wall leaned in at a new angle, and a slit that once had been a door, and when we put our ears to the metal, we could feel a vibration inside, like a throat, still trying to sing after the song had finished. We dug with our pry bar, and our hands until our nails bent. We dragged out 2 bodies and a breath. The breath belonged to a woman, whose eyes were full of broken glass. She lived another day, and used it to tell us to leave before the next dome decided it wanted company, and we listened, because advice is a currency with no counterfeits in the Underhive. After the shadow came down from the higher decks, the astropath's screams that had made the vents shake with ghost birds, the priests' voices turning to gravel, the candles bending toward the floor like flowers being polite to a funeral, the Underhive shifted from bad to biblical. Not the kind of Bible the priests like, the older kind with plagues and knives in the dark. Doorways bloomed with fly eggs that hatched into a fur of wet larvae overnight. Men in rags painted with pus called themselves saints of generosity and asked to be invited inside to bless the doorway. If you did, they emptied vials of sweet rot into your water vat, and 2 days later you were a story your neighbors told to each other in a lower voice. We learned to hang cups inside our shirts and drink from our own breath when the air got kind enough to sweat. It wasn't only sickness that knocked. The sump below our level laughed sometimes, a sound full of teeth. Sump crocs big as a forklift learned the paths of the storm drains and took to sunning on grates where light leaked from broken fixtures. A boy dared another to walk past one. You heard the splash, and then the stillness, and then the water, forgetting what letters it had learned to spell. There were spiders that were all joint and ache, fat on rat and rash. They made webs between railings and the silk sang when anything with a name touched it. Peak started bringing a knife to cut the silk before it learned to hold him. Home meant controlling how you were found. We soaked our entry cloth in oil, so it would smell like the pipe elbow behind it. We paced our steps on the catwalk to sound like water. We taught our door to sound like a wall. You might think making home is hanging icons and sweeping. We did that too, in the way a man makes a smile with a stiff face so children don't count the knives. But the true work was in breaking patterns. The walls remember screams because they remember footsteps first. I walk differently every night, not because it helped, but because doing the same thing twice is the Underhive's way of sending invitations. It is funny. In the way a broken tooth can be funny if you poke it with your tongue, how quickly houses become altars. The plague saints left candles at corners, fat, greenish stubs that smoked sweet and left a gloss on your skin when you walked through their breath. At first the candles were for the dead, then they were for the dying, then they were for anyone who kept their door closed when a neighbor knocked. The candles never went out. The smoke climbed the walls like handwriting you try not to read. Men had visions in that smoke and woke up with their hands folded right and their eyes wrong. They took the doors off hinges and said it was charity. One night, the enforcers came before the Red Hands. That never happened. Their boots beat a march that said inspection when their batons said purge. The vox on the wall crackled, tried to be a voice, failed, and vomited static that tasted like blood inside the ear. We went to the crook's seam and peered out. The squad moved with the discipline you buy by breaking men until they break right. Their leader held a flamer and his shadow moved like a tongue behind him. They stopped at the first hab on the row, and the leader said, through the vox grill under his visor, quarantine. The woman inside said she had no sickness. He said he wasn't a doctor. She said please. He lit her home with ceremony. The walls took the heat quickly. They remembered how to burn long before they learned to remember screams. We put wet rags over our mouths and pulled Peak back by his shirt when he tried to run at the fire with a bucket. The enforcers moved on, and the Red Hands watched from the dark like problems waiting their turn. After, when the air turned from black to grey, and the metal cooled enough to let your skin near it, we climbed into what had been the woman's doorway. The room had turned round. Heat has a habit of doing that to corners. In the melted place where she had kept a plate, we found a puddle like glass. It stretched thin when you lifted it, and cut the fingers that tried, as if it had not agreed to being moved and wanted to sign the protest. I set it on the crate, and the crate complained. The glass held the impression of a face for a second, a mouth open, a line that had been an eye, and the walls around it seemed to lean, not with pressure, with attention. Joran crossed himself wrong, and we didn't correct him. Lovelessness breeds liturgy. We began to do things in orders because orders felt like warmth. Peak would check the vent mouths for teeth. I would press my ear to the bend in the pipe and listen to the sump singing news. Lacer would walk the line of the catwalk and stop at each joint to set her foot down twice gently, as if teaching it to hold. Joran would sit with his back to the door and his head low and count. Cans of water, strips of meat, candles that were ours and not theirs. It made a kind of prayer to the unlistening. You do that until you believe the unlistening is a kind of listening after all. The day the wall taught us, its memory had weight. We were sitting to eat. Eat is generous. We were committing an arrangement of motions surrounding a warmth you pretend is food. We had traded 3 rags and a half-fit bolt for a strip of cooked rat from a man with a scar that talked when he didn't. The strip looked like a belt for a doll. Lacer cut it carefully as a surgeon who wants to be invited to the next body. Before we could decide whose turn it was to pretend to eat first, the metal behind us buckled with a sound like a knee giving. We froze. The wall sighed and exhaled a breath of old heat. The crease that lived in one panel deepened, as if the weight behind had pressed an old thumb into it again. The sound came after a scream, very short, not new, not alive, not an echo either. A recording you could feel on skin. Peak ducked and put his hands over his ears because children learn faster than their bones. Joran put his palm to the crease and his eyes went somewhere far and small. This is where she stood, he said, and didn't have to explain which she was. This is where she learned the wool. He took his hand away as if it had bitten him and didn't sit again. We wrapped the belt in cloth and said we weren't hungry. The wool kept its breath the rest of the night. It did not keep ours. We moved the next morning, because superstition can be a better engineer than fear. We took the things that were ours by theft, and that was almost everything we owned. The crook had our shape in it. We left that behind, folded in the corners like sleep. Peak led, because he had a nose for places that wanted to be kind. He took us down 2 levels, through a vent mouth that had learned to be an eye, and decided we weren't worth noting, across a sump bridge made of the skeleton of a transport trolley. We found a chamber with a ceiling low enough to teach humility, but not cruelty, and 4 walls that had not yet learned our names. Fresh metal is a blank page, and that is a religion, in a place where gods write in ash. The new room had a drip that came regularly as breath. We set cups to it, and blessed it with the name of the man whose job had once been to keep pipes honest. We hung the tarp across the front, and told ourselves doors are doors, even when they are cloth. Laser scratched a small aquila into a place the light liked to touch, and we turned away quickly, as if making a sign without witnesses, might make it work better. Joran slept with one eye open, because no home survives with both eyes closed. The Red Hands found us in 2 sleeps, which is to say the idea of us leaked faster than we could teach the wolves to keep it. They came without hooks this time. They came with smiles, which is worse. The man who called himself foreman grinned with a mouth that had too many teeth for its job and said, there had been accidents up shaft, a rush of chem, a choke of smoke. They were collecting children to move them to safety. Peake's shoulders went up like the fur on a sump rat that has heard a joke with teeth in it. Laser stood between the foreman and the small pile of our things with a hand on the knife that remembered how to be metal. The foreman looked at the knife and let his grin droop a little to show respect. Then he leaned on our door frame, as if it belonged to him, and the wall the foreman leaned on learned the shape of his weight and remembered it. We said no in the ways you say no when a man's yes has a gun behind it. He turned thoughtful, as if we had asked a riddle. Homes burn, he said, easy as coins in a pocket, and patted the wall. Walls fall. Then he left, the way a man leaves a task halfway done when he has a list. I put my ear to the place where his palm had been, and the metal was warm as a neck after a hand had been there too long. The underhive runs on threats, and none of them are gentle. We slept in shifts that night, with the knife across the door like a lie. The Red Hands did not come back that night. We found a child the next morning in a sump culvert, throat cut neat and a tag tied to his ear. Safety. The wolves teach, if you listen. Plague came through again, another flavor. This one grew lace in your lungs. You knew a man had it when his breath made a sound like coarse cloth being folded. The saints were generous, so generous, with cloth and with the vials that turned cough to doctrine. They sang outside doors and doors opened, because isolation is a cruelty you must pay interest on. When they knocked on ours, Joran coughed for real, and I let a little lace into my voice so the song would move along. The walls kept the sound because the walls kept everything. Later, when we sat quiet so the place could go away, Laser said, we are making a home out of lies. I said, homes lie with roofs. Peake said nothing, and sharpened his knife, until it remembered why it had the shape. The night the cult came, we were ready in all the wrong ways. Not the plague saints. The other kind, the ones who love knives, and the way flesh talks when it is afraid to be brave. They wore red cloth to remind the wolves what color they preferred. They moved off a piece, men who had practiced until their bodies had become a liturgy. They didn't knock, they took. In the second half, a girl cried once, and then learned silence. In the one below, a man said a long string of names, as if presenting a ledger, and then the ledger fell off the table. We held the knife, and the pry bar, and faith that we wouldn't be asked to prove both at once. They stopped at our tarp, and stood in a square with their heads inclined as if something above them had told a joke they were deciding to laugh at later. One put a hand out, and his glove was clean, which is the worst kind of glove. He pinched the tarp between thumb and finger, and lifted it just enough for his eyes to come in. Eyes tell the truth, even when mouths have been trained to recite. His were the kind that had decided a long time ago that the difference between mercy and hunger is quantity. He looked straight at Peake, and I learned a new kind of fear, the kind with a throb in it. The knife felt like a bad answer. The pry bar felt like a good question. The wall made a sound, then not a creak, not a groan, a low coiled moan like a cable under too much weight, learning that it had been lied to. The red cloth men froze in a way men only do when they know more about ceilings than you do. The moan untied itself into a long shudder, and dust drifted from the seam where the arch met the pillar like ash falling out of a priest's hand when he had shaken it too hard. All at once the corridor beyond the tarp turned to snow, the white fines that come out of ferrocrete when it decides to become a memory. The cult stepped back in a practiced manner that said they had survived this before. We stepped forward without practice, because when the world chooses on your behalf, you may as well pretend you were consulted. The dome didn't fall, it shrugged. A beam shifted and remembered it had been asked to be a wall once, and the wall slumped into a doorway 3 rooms down. Screams lived there. Real ones, the kind wolves haven't digested yet. The red cloth men move toward them like flies toward the ripeness they prefer because some hungers win, even when the ceiling is preaching. We used the sermon. We slipped past the moment when men were busy and went the other way into a pipe throat I had eyed for a week and promised never to use. Promises do not last in the underhive. That is not their job. The throat scraped skin off shoulders and hair out of the scalp. The walls there remembered other bodies that had begged them to be wider and had not been persuasive. Peak went first and his little knife went ahead of him, learning the dark for us. Liza came last with the pry bar and spoke to the pipe in the tone you use to coax an artery into not being where you need to cut. We came out in a machinery space that had quieted permanently. Big old things slept there, under tarps, shaggy with mold, their belts rotted to lace, their flywheels wearing beards of rust. Holmes had lived here once, tents of canvas between pistons, pallets laid across frames, little gardens of fungus in troughs that had been intended for coolant. Now everything has gone. Still, the walls were not empty, they were full of quiet. Spiders had written in cables, someone had drawn a saint's face on a panel with a finger in dust. Moisture had come, and the face had run as if the saint were ashamed of being seen. We took the corner under a housing, and called it ours because calling makes things answer, even here. That night, I say night because my bones need the word even when the sun is only a rumor someone's grandfather told, the sound came back, not the dome's sermon, the walls remembering. It came in pulses, a breath drawn, a breath held, a breath cut off. Not ours. This room had hosted men who died careful deaths piece by careful piece, I think, in the old days when machines still cared that you bring them tribute. I lay with my ear against the panel, and the panel told me a man had once slipped under that gear and shouted a prayer without words through teeth shut against the noise. The panel kept his prayer the way a miser keeps a coin, and when it let it out for me, it charged interest. I rolled away and put my hands over my ears like a child. Liza put her palm flat on the place and said, "We won't be noisy." I didn't believe her, but the act of saying soothed the metal, and maybe that's all a benediction is. The larger horror that had been crawling down from the upper hive, shadow in the warp, they call it if they're educated with the kind of schooling you have to bleed to get kept pressing. Dreams turned to nets, and you woke with your limbs tangled as if something had tried you on and decided you were the wrong size. The air throb grew, the one that makes your teeth talk to your skull. But what made home a joke down here wasn't the thing in the sky, it was the thing under your hand. That your wall would sell the story of your fear for warmth and call it a fair trade. That the pipe above you would remember how your breath sounded when you learned a name had been taken, and share it the way old women share bread in a famine, slicing thinner so everyone gets a taste. That your floor would measure the weight of you and write it down so whoever needed that number later would not have to ask. The hive makes archivists of everything, and nothing is gentle that keeps books for a living. We plan to go up, not to salvation. Up is only a different flavor of the same soup, but sometimes air that has met more sky is easier to lie to. The path was a ladder that had decided rungs were a suggestion, not a promise, a lift shaft that had learned to be a well, a hatch with a lock no one alive owned the key to. Peak said he could make the key a conversation, which is how he asked to be brave. Duran marked the route with oil that smelled like rain on a factory floor, because smells teach feet when eyes run out of courage. Liza sharpened the pry bar, which is an absurd act, and therefore sacred. I wrote names in my head so softly the walls couldn't hear, the ones we had lost, the ones we were willing to trade, the one I refused to let go until the world pried it out with both hands. Before we went I did a foolish thing. I pressed my lips to the wall where the scream had lived, gently, and said a word I had not used since the mid-habs taught me to ration it. Home. The wall did not answer. It did not need to. It had my breath now, and would keep it. And someday when somebody leaned there with their ear and asked without words what a home sounds like in the underhive, the wall would give them my whisper with all the others. And they would know the truth. We keep learning until the learning kills us. A home here is only ever a place you teach to forget you before it remembers you forever. Doors are a joke in the underhive. They pretend at privacy, at boundary, at the lie that says here you are safe, here you are unseen. But the joke always ends the same way. Someone laughs on the wrong side and the knock comes. A sound so simple, so soft, and yet it teaches your heart to sprint before your feet even think to. In the underhive, you never own your door. You only rent its silence. Our new chamber, the one with the rust-bearded machines and the saint's face melted into shame, had a doorway curtained by tarp and pipe. We thought it clever. Peak tied tin scraps along its edge so they'd rattle if anyone touched them, and Lacer blessed the cloth with a stolen smear of tallow, as if the Emperor himself would hear it crackle and decide to care. Joran stood guard at night, with the prybar across his knees, the kind of posture men carve into statues so others think them brave. It wasn't bravery. I was exhausted with fear. The knock came anyway. Not loud, not rushed. 3 measured taps, patient as a heartbeat. It didn't rattle Peak's tins. It didn't disturb the cloth. It simply was, in the way cold is. My chest collapsed inward when I heard it. Joran's head jerked, his lips forming the word don't. But it wasn't for me. He was telling his hand not to move, telling his legs not to betray him, telling his breath not to answer. The knock came again. Same rhythm, same calm. Not the hammering of red hands, not the scraping shove of plague saints, not the battering crunch of enforcers. This was polite. A guest at supper, a friend at your shoulder. The worst kind of knock, the kind that asks to be trusted. Peak crawled close, his eyes wide, knife trembling in his grip. He mouthed, "What if it's real?" Real meant another lost like us. Real meant a child without a room. Real meant someone clutching the dark and begging for a space to lay their bones. Lacer's face tightened. She looked at the tarp as if it were a confession booth, and we were priests deciding whether to forgive. The wall gave its opinion. A low thrum, like blood being pushed where it didn't belong. It remembered this sound, this knock. It had soaked it up 100 times before, and now it whispered, "Not new, not safe, not yours." The wall did not forget. The knock came a 3rd time, lighter, curious, then silence. We held our breath so long the drip in the corner became a drumbeat. Peak's fingers dug into my arm hard enough to mark. Lacer whispered a prayer, not to the Emperor, but to silence itself. "Stay closed, stay closed, stay closed," and then it ended. Not with footsteps leaving, not with voices mocking, just absence. The kind that gnaws at you worse than presence. Because when someone leaves, you know where they are not. But when silence comes after a knock, you can never be sure the door isn't already open. That night, none of us slept. Every creak was a whisper. Every sigh of pipe breath was a finger brushing the tarp. Joran swore he saw a shadow lean in where no shadow should be. Peak cut at the air once, stabbing nothing, and we did not laugh. Morning didn't help. Morning is only a darker light. The tarp still hung, the tin still waited, the wall still remembered. But we knew the knock hadn't been a visitor. It had been an invitation. Something had found us, something that wanted in, not to beg, not to bargain, but to belong. And the underhive is cruel enough to teach you this. Not every guest comes from outside. Some knocks begin inside the wall, and once you've heard it, the sound never really leaves. There are nights when the hive feels less like stone and more like skin. You hear it in the way the metal sweats, in the way pipes breathe, in the way every drip is too steady to be chanced. Our chamber was small, tight enough to feel like ribs pressed close, but when you lay against the wall, it was not cold, it was warm, alive, listening. It began with whispers, not words, not yet, just the rise and fall of sound, like static in a Vox channel. Joran swore it was pressure from the vents. Peak said it was rats in the pipes, chewing their teeth thin against copper, but the sound grew. It began to swell into shapes, syllables dragged out of nothing. You never caught it head on, always on the edge, the way a dream fades when you reach for it. Then it said my name, not aloud, not like a voice in a room. It came from inside the wall, seeping through metal that should never bend to sound. Cal, drawn long, slow, as though tasting the letters. I froze where I sat. Peak didn't hear it. Neither did Lacer, but Joran looked at me, eyes wide and knowing. His lips trembled. Me too. That night, none of us lay down. We sat in the dark, staring at the walls as if they might part like curtains. The whispers grew bolder. They called each of us in turn. Peak first, his knife clattering, when he realized it wasn't his imagination. Then Lacer, who went pale as wax, clutching her rosary so hard the beads cracked. Joran didn't wait for him. He simply began to shake his head and mutter, "Don't answer, don't answer." The wall pressed back when you touched it. Not a shift of stone, not settling foundations. A pulse, subtle, but there, like a heartbeat buried deep in metal and rust. I tried to deny it, but when Lacer leaned against it, whispering a prayer for strength, her words came back, twisted, echoing. Lacer, but not in her voice, not in any voice that should belong to a human throat. We tried to drown it out. We sang hymns, we banged on pipes, we filled the chamber with noise. For a while it worked. The whispers faded, but when the noise died, they returned stronger, as if we had starved them, and they were hungrier now. Peak broke first. He shouted back, demanding the wall to name itself. Silence fell, thick and choking. For a heartbeat, we believed it had worked. Then the voice came again, but not a whisper now. Clear, certain. The wall spoke back, and it said the name of his sister, the one who had died months ago in the ration riots. Peak collapsed, sobbing, his knife forgotten. That was the cruelty of it. The wall didn't just know our names, it knew the names of the dead. It called them one by one, peeling away every scab we had grown to cover our grief. It whispered promises, imitations of voices we loved, beckoning us closer to press our ears against the metal. Lacer had to drag Joran back when the wall began whispering, "Mother, mother, mother," in a child's voice. He had tears on his face and blood on his knuckles from punching the floor to keep from answering. We thought walls protected us. That was a lie. The truth was this: the walls remembered. They had soaked up every scream, every prayer, every death rattle, rattled through the hive for centuries. And now, they weren't keeping the memories. They were giving them back. You can live without light. You can live without food, for a time, but you cannot live when your own shelter tells you the dead know your name, because the moment you believe it, the moment you lean close to listen, you're no longer hiding, you're already found. And in the underhive, being found is worse than dying. The first scream came just before dawn, or what passed for dawn down here. A thin line of light leaking through grates above, more grey than gold. We were still awake, sitting in silence, too afraid to close our eyes in case the walls tried to learn our dreams. It started low, distant, like a child lost in the pipes, but it grew. Echo on echo, building into something no throat should hold. It wasn't any of us. We knew that immediately, because the sound didn't sit in the air, it bloomed from the wall itself. Peak clamped his hands over his ears, rocking. Joran cursed under his breath. Lacer prayed, voice trembling, but her words vanished beneath the noise. And still it grew, until it filled the chamber, a tide of agony pressed into metal, spilling over and drowning thought. Then came the second scream, sharper, older, a woman's voice, pitched with panic, tearing itself apart as though her lungs had turned to glass. She was close, too close. It felt like she was just behind the wall, as if one swing of Joran's prybar would crack it open and reveal her. But no one swung, because we knew, we all knew, she wasn't there. Not anymore. The walls had learned to copy not just our names, not just the whispers of the dead, but the pain of those who had lived here before us. Every riot, every execution, every moment when metal soaked in blood and never forgot. The chamber shook with them. 100 voices layered, men begging, children choking, guards barking orders through vox grills. Gunfire echoed, muffled by rust but sharp enough to snap nerves raw. We were inside a history of slaughter, every death stacked on another like rotten bricks. Peak tried to fight it. He screamed back, a shrill defiance, his knife waving at shadows. The wall answered with his scream. The exact sound, played back before his own throat had finished shaping it. His voice, doubled, distorted, mocking. He dropped the knife. He didn't pick it up again. Lisa clutched her rosary until beads cut her skin. Blood spotted her palms. She whispered prayers faster, faster, until her words blurred into nonsense. The wall liked that. It repeated her prayers in a voice that wasn't hers, low, guttural. Each word stretched too long, too heavy. They weren't prayers anymore. They were demands. And Joran, he stopped moving, just stared at the wall, lips parted, eyes wide. His hand trembled around the pry bar, but he never swung it. When I asked later why, he said, "If the wall screams, it means something's inside. And if something's inside, I don't want to let it out." But I think that was a lie. I think he didn't swing, because a part of him believed the voices weren't echoes at all, that maybe, just maybe, they were still in there. That the wall wasn't remembering. It was holding, and so we sat in that iron coffin, drowning in the screams of centuries, until the walls grew tired, or satisfied, or simply done. The voices died away, leaving nothing but the drip in the corner and the sound of our own hearts thrashing. Silence returned, but it wasn't peaceful, it was absent, and in that absence, something changed. Because once you've heard screams that don't belong, silence isn't safe. Silence is just waiting its turn. We couldn't stay, that much was clear. The chamber was no longer a shelter. It was a mouth, and sooner or later, it would close. None of us said it aloud, but the thought was written on every pale face. We had to leave, so we opened the door. Only, it wasn't the corridor we remembered. It should have been narrow, low-ceilinged, a straight line leading back toward the ration tunnels. We'd walked it enough times to know every crack, every flicker in the lumen strips. But what stretched before us now wasn't the same. The walls bowed in strange arcs, bending at angles too shallow for imperial design. The ceiling dipped low, then high again, as if breathing. The lumen strips sputtered, but the light they shed was wrong, blue-green, oily, bending shadows into shapes that didn't match our own bodies. Peak muttered, "This ain't it. This ain't the hall." His knife was back in his hand, but he held it loosely now, as though even steel couldn't anchor him. Horan pressed his pry bar to the wall. It shivered under the touch, faintly, like skin reacting to cold metal. He pulled it back, jaw tight. "We move, don't stop, don't listen." We obeyed. The corridor stretched longer than it should have. Every few steps the walls narrowed, then widened. Sometimes doors appeared. Doors we had never seen before, fashioned of rust and thick iron teeth. Once, Lisa swore she saw one open, just a crack. Inside was nothing but darkness, and the faint, wet sound of breathing. The deeper we went, the less it felt like walking through something built by men. The floor sloped subtly, bending down when it should have stayed level. The walls glistened in patches, as if moisture seeped up from beneath, leaving trails that shimmered in the broken light. And then we saw it. A chamber that had never existed, a wide, circular hollow branching off the main passage. No doors, no ladders, no reason for it to be there. We stopped at the edge, staring in. The floor was smooth, worn down like stone under centuries of bare feet, and etched into the walls, black and uneven, were scratches, not glyphs, not paint, claw marks. Hundreds of them, crossing, dragging, desperate. Lisa whispered, "People did this." I shook my head. No, people don't leave grooves that deep. Something moved in the chamber, a flicker at the far curve just beyond the reach of the lumen's sickly glow. We froze. Peak raised his knife. The sound came next, not a scream this time, not a voice, a scrape, nails, or claws, dragging slowly along metal, savoring the sound. Joran pulled us back. We keep walking. His voice was barely more than breath, but it was enough to break the spell. We obeyed. We didn't look back, but the hive wasn't finished. Corridors split and rejoined in ways they never had before. What should have been a left turn toward the outer habs looped back into the same passage we had just fled. We marked the walls with chalk. The marks disappeared when we passed again. It felt less like we were lost and more like we were being kept. The hive was folding itself around us, changing paths with every step. Lisa began to pray under her breath, quieter now, as though afraid the walls might answer. Peak stopped muttering entirely. His face was blank, empty, eyes darting like a rat in a cage. I couldn't shake the thought. We weren't walking in corridors anymore. We were in veins, and something was moving blood through them. We picked a direction the way drowning men pick a shore, by pointing at the smallest terror and calling it hope. The path to the north shaft had always been mean but honest. 3 turns, a ladder that had taught us to count missing rungs with our shins, a service gantry that flexed like a sigh over a sunk black gorge, then the blast door into the stair tower, where the air tasted less like metal and more like other people's breath. There were signs once, painted arrows and numbers with the kind of authority only paint can summon in a place that eats men for breakfast. Those signs were still there if you squinted hard enough and promised not to tell anyone what you saw. We squinted, we promised, we moved. The corridor tried to be the corridor we remembered. At first it almost managed. The left-hand wall bore the scrape where Joran's prybar had taught it manners last week. The right-hand bulkhead kept the dent from when Peak had tripped into it carrying a bucket that had decided to become a lake. The lumen strips buzzed like insects deciding who to bite. Then the floor learned a new angle without telling our ankles. Lisa went to a knee with a hiss, and Joran hauled her back up with a hand that looked bigger than it had any right to. We kept going, the way a prayer keeps going after the priest loses his place, stubborn and a little wrong. When we reached the ladder, it had gained teeth. Rust had always liked to nibble, but now the bites were deliberate. Semicircles sheared from the rungs as if something with a patient mouth had sat there and eaten metal, the way men eat grief. Peak went first because he was the only one whose weight the ladder would treat like a whisper. He moved like smoke. Joran followed, each pulling a promise he might not keep. Lisa came up breathing through her teeth, moving the way you move when you've taught pain how to negotiate. I went last because that is the job of men who count. You make sure the column does not become a list. At the top we found the gantry. It had lost a fight with a heat that had passed through weeks ago. The metal rippled where fire had licked it as if in bed after. It bounced under us, not like a trampoline, but like a lie. Below, the sump waited with teeth you couldn't see, the black surface leaning up in the manner of a conspirator. Halfway across, a noise came from the dark, something big turning over in its sleep. Joran's mouth tightened, Peak froze, went thin as a line. Lisa hummed 3 notes on one breath, the way she does when she wants the world to remember it, has a rhythm. The gantry got us to the other side without making us pay interest, and I owed it a blessing I never gave. The blast door into the stair tower had never been friendly, but it had been honest. A wheel, a lock, a shove. Now it has learned new values. The wheel was still there, yes, but half melted and fused to the door face like a scar that had decided to become architecture. The seam around the door, once a simple rectangle where metal met metal, had thickened into a swollen lip. Joran put his hand to it and pulled back, like he'd touched breath. "Warm," he said, and we all looked at the metal the way you look at a dog that has remembered wolves. We took turns with the pry bar. The bar complained at the hinge. The hinge refused to know what a hinge was. Peak produced a length of pipe insulation soaked in something he wouldn't name. We packed it along the seam, and borrowed a light from the saint's melted face we carried in our heads. The flame took on a sound like a kiss you don't want, and oily smoke hugged the door and tried to baptize us in its genealogy. When the loom settled into an angry red coil, the seam had not moved. It had sliced. It had polished itself on our effort. It had learned to be more open. Lisa ran gloved fingers along the lip, and made a face that said words she wouldn't teach children. "It's growing," she said. "Not rust, not weld, something new." She tapped her rosary against it once, a habit, and drew back when the beads stuck for a heartbeat, longer than they should have. She tore them free hard enough to cut her palm. The door kept the memory of her shape in a shine, the way a wall keeps the memory of your breath. "We go to the east lift," Peak said from somewhere already moving. We didn't vote. Voting is something men who have chairs do. East was a story of stairs that had forgotten to be stairs, replaced by ramps at angles that pleased no honest engineer. The lift shaft lived in the middle of a room that had been a machine once. Bulk and belts and a bench, with tools chained to it, for the days when trust had still been a word men used without checking who was listening. The tools were gone now. The bench had teeth marks. The lift doors had been pried open some time ago, and a scaffold of scrap had been rigged to ease men down when the lift thought about it too long. We crawled into the mouth and looked for the tongue that would betray us. Below, the car sat far down, a puckered shape in the dark like a bruise under skin. The scaffold vanished after 2 landings. The rails had the gloss of things that had been licked until they learned they liked it. "We shimmy," Jaron said, the way a man says I would rather be doing anything else. We wrapped our hands in cloth because blood makes slippery work of metal. Peak went first, again. He knew the shaft the way rats know saints. He disappeared into the dark. We heard the sound of a small man making himself a rope. Laser went next, and for a moment I saw her between floors, suspended like a story being told by someone who has forgotten the ending. Jaron went third, his breath a metronome. I wanted to stop counting. I followed, my chest pressed to a cold that wasn't. We didn't make it to the car. We made it to the place where the shaft decided it was a throat that needed to be swallowed. The rails bowed inward with a bored little groan. The wall across from us bulged out, graceful as a dancer who knows you are watching. The gap narrowed in a slow, obscene shrug. If we had been slower by one breath, it would have kissed us shut and made our shapes in that new metal like leaves pressed in a book. We scrambled back up with the kind of speed that makes bargains with knees. When we threw ourselves onto the landing, the shaft finished its swallow with a satisfied creak. The dark below made a sound like a man digesting. We lay and watched the doors while our lungs negotiated with the air. The seam where Peak's fingers had been was glossier now. Jaron laughed once without humor. "We are not meant to leave." We built fire under the lift doors the way men build arguments under bosses. Careful, petty, hoping to make something warp rather than break. The flames ate the rags, the insulation, a bottle of something industrial that Peak swore he had not drunk from, and I believed him because he still had eyebrows. The heat did what heat does, made the door want to be elsewhere. The elsewhere in this case was inward. The surface puckered, the new lip thickened. A bead of something not quite metal bulged and rolled and hung before reconsidering gravity and dragging a thin line downward that cooled into a smear like dried blood. The door moaned very quietly, and a line opened, half a finger wide, no more, and we saw inside the stair tower where safety lived. It did not look like safety. The stairs were gone. The space was a single smooth chute, sloping down in the direction where once there had been up. Its surface chewed with a pattern of fine ridges like the roof of a mouth. Air moved along it with the resigned patience of breath in a sleeping animal. Laser said something that was nothing like a prayer and more like a report. "It's what we learned us," she said. "It knows what we do to get out. It's closing every place a person-shaped thing can fit." We retreated. Men retreat a lot down here, mostly without dying of it. The west spillway then. It had been built to carry storm water away when the dome roofs deigned to remember weather, a warren of channels that would take you, if you were quiet, to places where the hive forgot to be itself for a moment, rooms with cracks that told stories about sky. We ran bent, following the smell of algae and old wet. The smell was thinner than memory. The channels had scabbed over. Where once water had carried trash and sins to the sump's black library, a crust had grown thin in places, thick in others, an opaline sheen that cracked underfoot and closed behind you, as if apologizing for the rudeness. We came to the first grate and found it had no grate at all. The bars were there, but they had flowed into one another, each kissing the next in a way that made the mind tired. Peak tapped them with his knife. The sound was not metal, but the sound you get from bones that has been asked to be polite. The vents, I said, because I am the kind of fool who keeps lists. Upper maintenance vents. Peak stared at me with the expression a child gives when you tell him the ocean is just a very wet sky. That's where the voices live. He wasn't wrong. The vents are where everything keeps its secrets. But secrets are doors if you are thin and stubborn, and have a knife that has learned how to introduce you to dark places without making them angry. He went anyway because that is what bravery looks like down here, doing the thing you know will change the shape of your hands. We followed through mouths that had shrunk 2 finger widths since last week, bellies dragging over gratings that hummed with the memory of air. We marked our path with a line of grease and ash. The walls licked it off with a sound like satisfaction. At the first junction, the right turn should have taken us toward the turbine hall. It took us to a room where a servitor had been asked to stop being a person so long ago that even the machine was tired. It was built into the wall at the waist, arms spread as if inviting a hug, its augmetic hands merged into grips that had once turned valves and now were decoration. Tubes ran into its chest. Its eyes had been replaced with lenses that blinked out of habit. Access, it said, a gentle whisper that could have been a lover's lie. Access denied. The denial came late, as if regretful. Lisa stepped close and laid her cut palm against its cheek. "We need the doors," she said. The servitor turned its head the way a man does when a memory is a little too bright to look at. Access, rerouted. Access, ingested. The mouth tried to smile, the wall behind it pulsed, and the servitor's spine tightened like a plucked wire. It whispered a string of numbers that made no sense to ears not blessed by cogs, and then fell still, eyes open, lips moving only enough to let a line of condensation crawl out and find the floor. Peak tugged my sleeve. He had the look he gets when he knows where light will try not to be. We left the servitor to pray, and took the left-hand throat. After 10 meters it narrowed to the width of Joran's shoulders, and then less. The metal around us warmed. Somewhere above, a fan turned once, as if remembering a job it had enjoyed, and then stopped with the smallest of clicks that still managed to sound like a no. We squeezed. Something pulled hair from Lace's scalp and kept it like a trophy. I felt the wall flatten my ribs a bit at a time, learning how much pressure it would take to turn a man from a cylinder into a ribbon. When we burst out into a maintenance crawl with the dignity of fish flopping into a bucket, I kissed the grating, and the grating accepted the attempt without comment. We had not gone far when we found the first of the rewritten exits. It had been a floor hatch with a bar you had to pull while whispering the names of 3 men none of us had liked. Now it was a lens, a perfect milky circle the size of a manhole cover, flush with the deck without screws or hinges or seam. Peak laid his ear to it, and came away with a shiver that left frost where his skin had been. "There's a heartbeat," he said, "but it isn't behind, it's in it." Joran put the pry bar to the edge anyway, because men in the underhive grow pry bars like other people grow hope. The bar skated off with a squeal that didn't go anywhere. Lisa unscrewed the housing of an old inspection port and found intestines, bundles of cables that had learned how to feel. When she cut one, the light dimmed, and a ripple went through the deck that made all of us clench our jaws at once. "We're in its throat," she said. "It doesn't choke. You don't leave a beast's mouth by arguing with its teeth." We retreated again, bodies developing a curl like leaves that know winter. Peak tried the trick, where you leave a coin in a seam to check if the world moves while you aren't looking. He shoved a thin disc of stamped tin into a hairline crack where panel met panel, and turned away to listen. When he turned back, the coin was gone, and the crack was smooth and the panel hummed like a mother who had learned the lullabies of patience. He patted his pockets and laughed once, a sound that wanted to be a sob. "It stole my fake throne," he said. "That's rude." We cycled through the other options because lists care more about dignity than time does. The waste sluice that had been a crawl wide enough for a shameful exit, glazed shut with a film that flexed under the heel of the hand like a drum stretched over a barrel full of secrets. The old emergency sally port the enforcers had used 3 purges ago, flush with the wall now, the little viewport grown over with a cataract that reflected our faces back to us in multiplications. The auxiliary tram tunnel, full of the kind of fog that eats sound and softens bones for easier accounting. We threw a nut into it, and heard it land not with a clink but a wet approval. At some point we stopped pretending we were still choosing. The Hive had moved its furniture while we slept, and now there were only hallways it wanted us to want. We rested in a space between pipes where once you could hear the ticking of a heat exchanger counting its own heartbeats. The ticking was gone. A new sound lived there instead, the rhythmic thud of something large, slow and unconcerned. It made the floor lift and fall in a saraband so gentle, I might have called it kind if my teeth hadn't chattered to spite me. Joran drew a map on the deck with a dull nail, lines for paths, crosses for denials, stars for the places where the Hive had said no with art. The map would have been handsome once, laid across a sheet of paper on a clean desk with a cup of something hot cooling rings into the margin. On steel, under a world's weight, it looked like scratches a prisoner made in a cell to remind time not to run too fast. "It's closing," he said, and his finger traced the lines that had been our history. "Every mouth that used to spit a man out is learning to swallow." He waited for someone to tell him a different story. No one did. Peak leaned into Lisa and shut his eyes. She placed her hand on the back of his head and pressed gently in the way you do with doors that want into the wind. "Maybe we go up," I said. "Higher than we thought we had any right to. Into the middle, out through places that air has more practice being air." Peak opened one eye. "You want the spires to adopt us. They don't like our kind of smell." "I didn't say spires," I answered. "I said, if we can't leave through exits that remember being exits, maybe we go somewhere the Hive hasn't finished learning yet." Lisa nodded because she is the kind of person who steals eyes from rooms. "New growth is soft," she said. "Old growth is stubborn. Soft we can cut." We chose a vertical, not the shaft that had swallowed. Another narrow, not proud enough to have had doors in the old days. A service void between walls that had never expected to be visited. It breathed cool, which made me like it. We tied what ropes we had from one pipe to another, slung rewoven wiring harnesses over them, made harnesses the way children make ships from bread, apologies disguised as engineering. Peak climbed first with a length of braided cable on his belt, and the kind of smile you keep in a pocket, because you can't afford to wear it out. Joran went second, because if a thing had to be pulled he would be the thing pulling. Lisa came third and cursed in a language she had taught herself from reading maintenance manuals and love letters at the same time. I came last because I wanted to count the number of breaths it took us to get from one story to the next. We climbed into the air that had not yet decided what it wanted to be. The walls were slick but not hostile. In places they oozed a syrup that smelled like medicine and old pennies. My hands burned where it touched skin and cooled again where it touched cloth, as if the Hive wanted to know which parts of me were negotiable. We rose past a duct that whispered about wind, past a niche where someone had lost a glove that still held the shape of a hand as if the owner had slipped out like a ghost and left the artifact of his grip behind. 2 floors up, the void narrowed until even Peak could not pretend. "No more," he said. His voice was very sensible for a boy. Joran set his back and shoulders into the gap and pushed while the walls learned what muscle was. The void gave us a grudging half-hand's width. Lisa swore more beautifully than anyone has a right to and set her boot to a pipe bracket and shoved. We slid through, the way a lie slides between teeth when it doesn't want to be tasted. At the top, there should have been space. Not freedom, not that word, but emptiness. Rooms unfinished, volumes of air that had not yet been cut into cages. We poked our heads up into a cavity that had been a ceiling yesterday and found it full, not of machinery or wires, of membrane, thin, pearly, stretched across the gap. It ballooned slightly with each of our breaths. On the other side of it there was a sound I will not describe with words that have ever been used for weather or water. Peak lifted his knife, Lisa caught his wrist. He looked at her, and she let go, because some choices should belong to the ones who still believe knives are for opening as well as closing. He pricked the film. The hole stayed a hole rather than a mouth. It did not shiver with teeth. It did not bite the blade and keep it. A bead of clear fluid gathered and hung as if thinking. Peak stabbed again, longer, and the cut split into a fish mouth cusp. The air slid past us, not eager, not reluctant. The membrane parted with a noise that made my fingers curl against my will. The space beyond was larger than any we had seen in weeks. A vault white with newness, its ribs still learning how to be beam, its floor a gentle bowl that gathered a lake of pooled condensate. In the middle of the lake stood a pillar that had not decided whether it was a pipe or tree. We slid into the bowl, and our boots left dents that rose slowly back to themselves. The water, if water, itself did not ripple when we stepped in it. It made room. The pillar hummed at a frequency that had worn a groove into my teeth. Joran approached and set his palm against it, the way a man greets a horse he would like to lend his dignity to for an hour. The hum rose and fell, acknowledging mass. "This is very new," Lisa said. "It doesn't know what we are. We are nothing it wants," Peak said, and for a moment hope was a silly bird that dared to land on his shoulder. Then around the edge of the bowl the exits opened, 3 of them, equal spaced, like a smile that had learned math. They were not doors. They were the absence of walls, holes that were not yet decided into shape. The air moved through them, gentle, inviting. This was where, in another life, a choice would have been. Left, right, straight. A vote, and a superstition, and a prayer to a coin. We turned to each, and in each we saw the same thing. Beyond the first curve, the passage sloped down, 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 easy, smooth. There were no handholds, there were ridges like a tongue. Joran looked at me because men who count are sometimes asked to name truths. "It wants us to go," he said, "not out. Through. We could camp," Lisa offered, practical to the last. "Drink this, sleep here, make this ours until it decides otherwise." Peak shook his head. He put his ear to the pillar again, and came away with a smile that had surrendered its last sharp thing. "Hear that?" he said. "It's closing the places we used to use." He pointed down. "We choose now, or we choose later. Later means we're tired." I wanted to sit. I wanted to call this bowl a room and the membrane a roof, and the pillar a hearth, and lie to the air until it believed me. But the hive was already tightening around the choice the way a fist tightens around a coin. The exits pulsed, once, in unison. The air coming through them warmed by 1 degree, as if the world were breathing on us to see if we'd fog. "Left," I said, "because I hate right, and because straight is for men who think the shortest distance between 2 points is a courtesy. We take the left, we go while our knees work. We dig in our heels when it tries to teach us to slide. We leave marks it can't lick off. We learn it as it learns us." Joran nodded and adjusted the pry bar the way a knight might adjust a shield if the world still had knights. Lisa took Peak's hand and pressed her bleeding palm to his, mixing their blood so the wall would have to guess later whose memory it had stolen. Peak sheathed his knife and unsheathed it, and sheathed it again, nervous boy becoming ritual. We stepped to the left-hand hole. As we crossed its threshold, the membrane behind us knit soundlessly back together, sealing the bowl and the pillar, and the brief, foolish idea of a room with a roof and a word in it. The passage curved forward and down. The ridges underfoot shifted, tiny motions like a thing deciding where to place its tongue. Wind moved up toward us, and riding it was a smell I could have sworn was bred for half a heartbeat, and then exactly nothing. We did not look back. There was no back to look at. We moved, bent to the grade, hands to the wall, boots to the rhythm the hive stamped, not because we accepted, but because we refused to let it move without counting. In our mouths we kept our names, just behind the teeth, not spoken, never given. In our pockets we kept nails and wire and small rags of filthy cloth to leave in seams, because even if the hive ate them, eating takes time, and time is a glory no god can forbid us. In our chests our hearts pounded the beat of a song written by men who have no doors. Every exit had been a mouth that closed. We were in the throat now. We would not be chewed. We would be difficult to swallow. The tunnel did not end. It narrowed. It did not bend. It coiled. It was not stone, not steel, not anything a builder would admit to. It flexed under our boots, ridges, pulsing like muscles finding their rhythm. Every time we shifted weight, the passage seemed to taste us, soft shudders running through its length, as if we were morsels. It was rehearsing for. Joran kept the pry bar braced across his shoulders, tapping it against the wall, as if daring it to remember iron. The wall pulsed in reply, a dull vibration that carried down the bar into his arms. He grunted, but didn't stop. Lisa muttered low prayers, not to saints. She had abandoned those names a long time ago, but to function itself. Stay straight, hold weight, do not collapse. She recited them like instructions to a machine, too stupid to run without her voice. Peak dragged his knife along the ridges, leaving shallow grooves that filled in seconds later, closing like lips over words you were never meant to say. The descent was too smooth, too patient. At first we leaned forward like men trudging into the wind. Then the slope grew steeper, and the world tilted until walking became sliding, and sliding became surrender. The ridges moved underfoot, first resisting, then inviting, guiding our pace with obscene gentleness. I dug my nails into the wall, desperate for anything solid, and felt warmth under the surface, as if a slow pulse throbbed just beneath, something alive that enjoyed my panic. We tried to resist. We pressed backs to the wall, boots braced, the way children pretend games are not serious. Joran wedged the pry bar crosswise, biting into ridges, his teeth bared in effort. For a moment it held, the bar groaning against pressure it was never forged to know. Then the wall rippled, a single convulsion, and the bar was spat free, flung down the throat with a clang that became a swallowed echo. Joran nearly followed it, caught only because Lisa hooked her arm through his harness and hissed something sharp enough to cut fear into obedience. Then the wall rippled, a single convulsion, of knife-edged to sheen. The slope gave way suddenly. We slid, helpless, our bodies turned into offerings. Peak screamed, not in fear but in laughter, thin, hysterical, the kind that has already decided it will not be listened to. The tunnel widened into a chamber, and we spilled across it like bones from a broken sack. The surface here was not floor but diaphragm, rising and falling in a breath that was not ours. The air hit us then, hot, wet, thick. It reeked of iron and milk gone bad, clinging to the back of the throat. Breathing it felt less like living, and more like consenting. My lungs burned in refusal, but refusal had no weight. The chamber exhaled, and the sound was a voice too vast for words, not language.
No command, just welcome.
In the center of the chamber stood a structure, not machine, not altar, not entirely bone. A tower of fused shapes, ribs bent into arches, spines welded into struts, pipes flowing into marrow. At its base, a churn of liquid, grey, red, alive, sloshed with each inhalation. The stuff bubbled once, and I swear I saw faces rise in it, mouthing without lips, before sinking again. Lisa dropped to her knees, not in reverence, but because her legs forgot their job. Her voice cracked when she spoke. It isn't closing us out anymore. Her hand shook as she pointed to the walls. It's drawing us in. And it was true. The ridges along the chamber's edges flexed like ribs tightening, not crushing us but coaxing us forward. The exits we had come from were gone already, sealed smooth, leaving only one archway that yawned at the far side of the chamber, a throat within a throat. It quivered, patient, expectant. Joran spat into the bubbling pit at the structure's base, the gesture carrying every ounce of defiance he had left. The spit vanished without trace, absorbed instantly. The surface rippled, and a sound rose, wet, eager. It was laughter, but not human. Peak crouched close, tilting his head. It's feeding, he whispered, voice quivering, like a wire about to snap. But not on us. Not yet. It's feeding on the space itself, on the idea that there's nowhere else to go. His eyes flicked to the arch. That's not a way out. That's way deeper. I pressed my palm to the floor. The breath of the hive climbed into me, a rhythm that wanted my own heartbeat to match it. And for a moment, just a moment, it worked. My chest rose when it did, fell when it did, as if my body was no longer mine, but a syllable in a greater word. Lisa grabbed my hand and yanked it back, smearing it with blood from her still open palm. Don't let it count you, she said. Her voice shook, but her eyes were sharp. The moment it knows your rhythm, you're gone. The chamber inhaled again. The archway opened wider, its walls flexing, like lips stretched by a smile. The pull was real, physical, dragging at us, with air that wanted us as much as lungs want oxygen. We keep moving, Joran said, though his voice had no strength behind it. He hefted the pry bar. When had he recovered it? I hadn't seen it. He must have dragged it from the slide, refused to let the hive claim even that small victory. Peak laughed again, bitter, almost joyous. We're already in its mouth. The only question left is, he pointed at the arch, do we walk, or do we get swallowed? No one answered. The chamber exhaled, and the liquid pit at the tower's base bubbled with hunger. The arch pulsed, waiting, and together, broken and unwilling, we took the step forward. We stepped through the second throat the way men step into courtrooms and furnaces, shoulders squared, mouths set, everything that could be called dignity nailed down in a place the world couldn't reach. The arch flexed as we passed, a ripple moving up and over us, like the shiver of a living eyelid when grit slid under it. The air changed temperature 3 times in as many paces. Cool, then warm, then a chill that made the bones complain, as if asked to remember snow. The floor's ridges smoothed under our boots, until there was no traction left, only trust. I trusted nothing. I kept a palm to the wall and let it feel the weight of my distrust. The tunnel let go of us all at once, a child bored with a toy. We stumbled into a space too square to be grown, too clean to be abandoned, and my mind, poor animal that it is, tried to name it before my mouth could stop it. Home, not ours, not exactly, not anything that had ever lived under our hands. But the room wore the shape, like a thief wears a stolen coat, wrong at the shoulders, right enough at a glance to fool a friend in bad light. 4 walls, a ceiling low enough to make tall men kind, a single lumen globe that hummed with the confidence of power delivered by promise, not by pleading. Against one wall, a crate the size of a chair. Across from it, a tarp hung like a door, this one on a frame that had never seen rust. In the corner, a pot. In the other, a drip. Joran froze with the pry bar halfway to defend. No, he said to the air, the way a father says it to a child who is already holding the knife. Lace's hand found mine without searching. Fingers cold, palm wet. Smell it, she whispered. Bread, real bread, not the sour chemical brick that passed for ration loaf when administratum shipments remembered their signatures, but yeast and crust and the kind of heat that invents hunger. Under it, faint as a rumor, something sweet, stew maybe, with meat that had learned tenderness and stayed there. Peak made a noise I'd never heard from him, a laugh with the knees knocked out of it. He took 1 step toward the crate. I caught his collar, and he came up short with a snarl that was as close to grateful as his pride could manage. We stood, and the room waited, not shy, not eager, patient in the way of predators that have learned that motion is sometimes less persuasive than posture. The lumen didn't flicker. The drip in the corner made a sound that suggested clocks. My mouth found water, out of materials I had not been told it could use. Joran knelt by the pot because he has the sort of honesty that makes trickery show its teeth. He lifted the lid with the tip of the pry bar. Steam rose, slow and generous. The skin on the stew shivered and settled and offered itself to the air of its own accord. Lisa swayed, caught herself, breathed out through her nose like a woman standing outside a bakery, 2 paydays after the last one that mattered. Joran didn't touch it. He lowered the lid back over the invitation, and the lid made a sound I had not heard metal make since childhood. Content, small, the sigh of a job completed well. Peak went to the crate and laid his fingers on its edge. The wood dented under him. Not rot soft but generous, the way a pillow learns the shape of a sleeping head. He jerked his hand back, and the dent filled slowly with a smoothness you could come to forgive if you wanted to forgive anything. He licked his finger and tasted nothing, and wiped his mouth like a man spitting out a name. "Look," Lisa said, and pointed to the tarp door. Behind it, not the corridor we had left, not the throat, a hallway, proper, with straight lines and angles, with scuff marks at shin height, and a child's chalk mark at hand height, a lopsided aquila, and a crude circle with sticks for hands. The chalk was wet, the sticks pointed to now. It's set. She stopped herself before the word could leave her. The room listened anyway. Rooms always do. Joran did the thing he does when he wants to talk to the world without asking its permission. He took the pry bar and pressed the flat against the floor, hard, until the edge bit. He dragged it 6 inches, making a line that would have left a scar on ferrocrete and complaint on resin. The bar skated. It left the suggestion of a line, the memory of intent. I watched as the suggestion filled, like water poured under a door, until the floor offered us an unblemished face again. "It's wearing a skin," he said, "and the skin has mirrors underneath." "Why mirrors?" Peak asked, voice high. "Why not teeth? They come later." Lisa's tone had gone back to report, the place she retreats to when hope and fear would both slow the hand. She moved along the wall and tapped at the panels with her knuckles. They gave back the polite thud of good workmanship. When she pressed, the panels warmed under her palm, until she hissed and took it away. The warmth withdrew, regretful, as if a host embarrassed by the accident of scalding tea. It finally spoke to me when my hand brushed the place on the wall where, in our crook, we had tacked up the strip of parchment with a smudged aquila, because sometimes pretending is a sacrament strong enough to keep the rats from your bread. Here there was a nail, head flush, black with the shadow of something that had been hung there always. My fingers found it, and the wall said my name, not the one I signed documents with. Not the one they use when they call you from a line to become a number. The one my mother had kept for the kitchen, and fever, and the doorway before school. It slid into my ear as if I had invited it, and for a moment all the bones in my head rearranged themselves to fit a shape that had not been permitted this air in a decade. Lisa saw me stiffen. Her nails bit my wrist and the bite saved me. "Bite back," she said. I bit my tongue until iron bloomed and the room tasted it and paused. Blood is an argument the world still respects. Peak had another argument. He crouched, knife out, and pulled up the edge of the tarp. The hallway beyond stayed, obedient to the eye. He slipped under, and was there and not gone. "Don't," Joran warned, but Peak was already moving. Quick and quiet, hand trailing along the wall as if checking for breath. He came to the first door. Real wood, a thing we had not seen. Outside, drifting driftwood reliquaries in years. He touched the handle, and the handle warmed to him like a cat's flank. He did not turn it. He walked on. He came to a window. He stopped. "Sky," he said, "a prayer and a lie." I squeezed beside him and looked. Blue, the wrong blue. Clear past the far hives, and the lines hung with laundry and the promise of towers. No smoke, no spire smog, no exhaust from the manufactorums where men go to become heat. The light came down and touched everything like an equal. In the window's glass our faces looked the way we wish it looked when it talks to the mirror. Clean where we are not, whole where we are not, unafraid where we are not. My hands went cold where they held the sill. The glass did not touch back. This was the first honest thing it had done. Joran wanted to break it because honest things deserve a test. He swung the pry bar in a flat arc that would have made a nice ellipse on paper. The bar should have cracked the pane and shouted our position to whatever listened. Instead it went through clean, without resistance, and found nothing on the other side to argue with. Not air, not room, not the street, not sky. The illusion did not shatter. It sighed in the way of a picture put back on a nail slightly skewed. I did not look again. Behind us, the pot burped. The lid rose and settled. This time a thin thread of steam ran along the lip and down the side. It beaded at the rim and dripped to the floor. The drop didn't bounce. It held like glass blown by a patient master, then rolled toward us with a mind that knew our names and then some. Laser stepped on it, and it spread under her boot, clear, cohesive, stringing up to the sole like spun sugar. She lifted her foot, and the thread stretched to 1/2 meter, and then snapped with the quiet of a concession. The floor absorbed what it was owed. Peak made for the door with something like a curse. He wrapped cloth around his hand and reached for the handle with a ritual's precision. Grip, twist, lift, pull. The door opened onto a room we knew we had never owned, wider, richer, with shelves that had never carried the weight of ration tins, and a bed that would have taken all 4 of us and left room for a saint. On the bed lay a shape under a blanket. Peak took 1 step. The shape turned over. A girl's face, maybe 12, maybe 14, hair braided in a style it takes time to learn, and hands that had never been taught to steal. She smiled without teeth, the way shy people do when they recognize family. "Brother," she said. Peak did not move. His jaw did. It worked up and down like a fish teaching the water to be kinder. "Sarah's dead," he said, to us, to the room, to the hand at his back that had guided him to more than one door with knives behind it. The girl's head tilted. The braid unwound without hands. It unspooled to the edge of the bed and kept going. A line of hair like a cable, glossy, reaching. It slid down the blanket and onto the floor with kitten patience. It reached Peak's ankle and laid itself there as if checking fit. Joran's hand closed on the back of the boy's shirt and pulled. Peak swayed, made a noise that would have embarrassed him if he'd belonged to a life where embarrassment was still currency. The hair tightened. Laser brought the pry bar down on it with a crack that would have satisfied any father who enjoys encouragement. The braid parted, not like hair, but like a tendon. It recoiled with a hiss of disappointment. On the bed the blanket fell flat. The girl's face smeared into itself like grease struck with a thumb. The room did not argue. It didn't have to. It had more where that came from. After we shut the door on the braid, the smell of bread grew stronger, as if the room had decided we were the kind of people who could be bought with crumbs. Joran put his ear to the pot, because the man is guilty of curiosity in the 1st degree. "It's not boiling," he said. "It's breathing through it." He lifted the lid again, and the stew had learned our faces. Not perfectly. The cheeks were too fat, where hunger had pared us down to the bone. The eyes were too bright, where fear had been licking them clean. But the mouths were ours, and they moved, and the voices coming from those mouths said our names as if we were late to a table already set. I took a nail from my pocket, the same nail I had used earlier to make Joran's map, and flicked it into the pot. The faces smiled wider. The nail did not sink. It dissolved as if it had been salt asking water for mercy. Laser laughed once, an ugly thing that made the lumen falter. "No metal," she said. "Not the taste it wants." "What does it taste like?" Thiek asked. "Ours," she said, and her hand went to her rosary only to find there were no beads left. The room had learned them when the door kissed them earlier. She looked down at her cut palm, and then spoke without thinking. "The way truth sometimes arrives in the mouths of the tired. We bleed in a corner and see if the room cares about stains." We chose the place where the wall had offered me my mother's voice. I pressed my cut tongue to the same spot and let a line fall. Joran added this, because men like him pay into every fund in case it buys someone else a door. Peak followed like a good son to a bad saint. Laser laid her entire palm flat and exhaled iron. The red ran down the wall and made a shape the room could not name fast enough. It pulled at the baseboard. It did not vanish. It asked a question. Whose? The room hesitated long enough for my panic to take a breath of its own. Then the wall swelled and made a lip, and drank. My skin crawled at the politeness of it. Out, Joran said, before it learns to make the door taste like bread. He pointed at the far wall where no door had been, and there it was, unfolded with the quiet of a book opened by a careful hand. Beyond it, a corridor that sloped upward with the humility of a servant's stare. The light beyond was not blue, it was that hive white that makes teeth look grey. We moved toward it with the care you give to the last thing a man offers you before he remembers your debt. The corridor had seams, real ones. Laser ran, yes ran, the tip of her pry bar along them and found screws, not grown in, not sealed over. Screws with slots that invited you to insult them. Joran and I sat shoulder to one panel, and it gave like an old friend after a long argument, stiff at first, then all at once too much forgiveness. Behind a chase full of cable that had not yet learned veins. God bless honest conduit. Laser pried a brace loose and wedged it into the corner. Peak slid into the chase, and the chase accepted him with a reluctance I recognized from doors I had convinced to be free. We followed. The room protested.
What with teeth?
With memory. The air in the chase filled with the sounds of dinners we had not eaten, of arguments we had not won, of lullabies no one had taught us. Sira, yes, and my mother, yes, and Lacer's lost festival with candles in jars, and Joran's father, humming the pump rhythm he had sworn he would never teach his son because sons should be allowed to dream of desks. The sounds were quiet, so quiet you could carry them with one hand. If we had not already learned the cost of listening, we might have set the pry bar down to pay for it. We did not. We crawled. The screws cut our knees and elbows where the skin has forgotten how to be brave. The cable tickled with little shocks that had the dignity to apologize every time. We came to a junction, and our choices were labeled in a glyph script no tech priest would admit to knowing. Peak sniffed. Left, he said again, because the left had not killed us yet. We left. Behind us, the panel we had opened closed with a kindness so obscene I almost forgave it. The chase narrowed, then widened, then offered us a grill, beyond a shaft with a wind in it, that had the taste of hire. We broke the grill because some acts of vandalism are rubrics for sacraments. Joran went first. Rope around him, the rope around me around Lacer, Lacer wrapped in Peak. We descended onto a platform that had remembered how to be steel. The platform shivered under our collective truths and held anyway. And then the world above spoke. You have heard thunder. You have heard the cough of a manufactorum waking, and the moan of a dome deciding whether it is stair or floor today. You have heard a hive groan through a purge when flame eats faster than air can run. This was none of those. This was a sound that made the wind stop to listen. A long, low concussion that arrived before the rumble because it had learned shortcuts. The platform shook not side to side, but inside to out, the way a man shakes when the cough digs into the place where laughter lives and tells it to move. Dust sifted down on our faces in a fine grey snow. The wind forgot its direction, and then remembered with help, coming down hard and then surging up with the heat men make when they die in plural. Bombardment, Joran said. And he did not say orbital because he did not have to. The hive learned new vowels that instant, a dozen lower levels writing them in ash on their own roofs. The shaft air went bright for a blink, white through steel, color through eyelid. The concussion that followed hammered nails through our teeth and drove them into the gums behind. The platform swayed and the bolts in the brackets sang like strings pulled too tight by a cruel teacher. Peak began to laugh again. But not the shattered kind. The hysterical, yes, but with a note under it. Of course, no roof against the sky, he said, quoting an old woman who had traded us a threadbare blanket for a promise and never collected it, not even theirs. The shaft became a throat, then an organ pipe. Wind howled it, dragging with it a taste of ozone, and the iron perfume of blood spread thin over too much floor. Above, something massive screamed past. A shell, a ship's sigh, or the sky itself being corrected. Another flash. Another blow. The platform groaned and told us the truth. If we stayed, we would join the choir. We moved again because we are not bright enough to do anything else. The chase beyond the platform led sideways into a maintenance hall that had not yet been persuaded to grow lips. We shouldered through a door that split skin and metal and found ourselves in a stairwell that had not learned slope and hunger. It shook with the rhythm of death from above, but the handrail was honest and the steps were still numerical. We climbed, and the numbers kept us human for another 100 heartbeats. At the top, a door without pretension. It had a wheel, it turned. The seam did not flex like a friend pretending to slap you. It groaned like old work does when asked for one more favor. A slice of light came in, not blue, not white, but the brown of smoke that has found its vocation. We pushed the door, and it opened onto a catwalk under a roof that had holes in it where there had not been holes in it yesterday. Through the holes the sky proved that it still existed, but only in the way a knife exists in a wound. Outside, the hive did not burn so much as exhale light. Lines of fire wrote themselves along avenues, turned corners without slowing, unrolled across plazas like carpets being moved too fast by men who will never be paid. High above, the ghosts of ships moved, black shapes that blotted not just stars but intention. The ground struck itself, and where it hit, buildings knelt. A manufactorum stack fell like a prayer and broke on its own altar. The breath of the city went out without ceremony and then returned because it had to if it wanted to die properly. We stood and let Ash ask us if we remembered snow. The wind pushed and pulled, indecisive as a child in a market. Behind us the door tried to close with courtesy. We wedged it with a bolt because we have learned to pay attention to courtesy. Lacey took Peek's hand again and squeezed until we both could measure the tremor. Joran lifted the pry bar and sighted along it at a ship that had chosen our sky for its latest charity. No home below, I said, and the words tried to be brave and almost made it. No home above, then we make one between, Lacey answered, practical as ever, and pointed along the catwalk toward a service tower that shook but did not dance. Ribs and rails, places that don't belong to either. She set her shoulders and moved, and the rest of us did the only thing any of us know how to do in a world that cornies you with walls and kisses you with mouths you shouldn't trust. We followed. The catwalk sang under our feet, a thin, miserable tune, plucked from rusted bolts by the weight of 4 people who had no business testing the arithmetic of height and heat. The roof above had learned holes, and let the sky speak through them with blasts of white, then brown, then red. A service tower hunched ahead, like a guilty man trying to look useful. It had ladders outside its ribs, real ones, with rungs you could count and trust until you remembered where you were. We were halfway when the war arrived. Not a line of battle, not banners, not trumpets. A gust first, hot, chemical, carrying a taste of burnt sugar and copper, and then a figure crashed sideways through the smoke, armored, stumbling, hands raw around a lasgun that had been loved and dropped and loved again. His shoulder pad bore a number that meant nothing to us and everything to him. His helmet visor was cracked into a spider web that kept its own counsel. He almost slammed into Lazar. Joran caught him by the harness and swung him to the rail with a gentleness his arms tried to hide. Inside, the soldier gasped, pointing with a hand that shook. Off the line. Down. Now. What line? Peek began, but the soldier's head snapped up, the kind of jerk a hound makes when it smells the old wolf. He threw himself flat, dragging Lazar with him. Joran took me down by the belt. Last fire tore the air where our bodies had been, clean red lines that became heat and smell. It came from the tower, and beyond the tower, too bright and too many to be disciplined. The air learned steam. The catwalk flashed white under us and forgot its manners. Something shrieked past overhead, not shell, not ship, something alive with wings like meat banners. It loosed a hiss that made my gums itch, then banked hard and vanished into smoke that had learned to be flesh. A set of shadows climbed the service tower like roaches deciding which cupboard to inform. Voices barked from within. sharp, clipped, from throats that ran on regulation and fear. Hold that choke. Fix bayonets. You, keep civilians out of the cone. The soldier who tackled us pushed up to a crouch and half shoved, half carried us along the catwalk. Don't look, he said, which is what you say when looking is the only thing left you can do to prove you still own your eyes. Peak disobeyed out of habit and saw enough to make obedience a new religion. His mouth opened and he swallowed a noise like broken glass rather than give it to the air. Lazar looked once, quickly, learned everything, and filed it immediately. Somewhere the room would have to break her ribs to get to again. Joran looked, because he respects numbers that kill and wanted to learn their grammar. I looked because I am a coward who requires facts. The avenue below was a river of motion. The buildings on either side had turned their faces to slag and bone, ribs of girders jutting like a carcass left in a desert. Guard, Imperial Guard, none of the PDF's half uniforms and size, held the cross street where the tram tracks had puckered into black glass. A heavy bolter sang without lyrics from the corner of a hab whose lower 2 floors had been repurposed into a mound with teeth, sandbags, ammo crates, dead men's coats. A priest in flak with a las pistol screamed hymns into the smoke while a voxcaster on his back chatted nonsense to the sky. Beyond the barricade, they came. Gaunts, not men with bad diets and worse ambitions. Gaunts, chitin and scythe arms and mouths built not to negotiate. They moved low and fast, in ripples, over themselves, under themselves, climbing and falling with the efficiency of a machine that breeds itself. For every one that fell to the bolt's pounded punctuation, 3 more scrambled over its meat and learned from how it died. A larger shape lurked behind them, half seen through the smoke, tall, spined, gazing with the steady intent of an accountant turned executioner. The bolter chewed, last rifles stitched, grenades coughed blessings. The carpet rolled forward anyway. I had never seen soldiers weep with their mouths shut. I saw it then, in the way their eyes fixed too wide on their front sight posts, in the way their jaws worked on prayer and didn't share. The soldier who had found us, our soldier now, by proximity if not by anything nobler, dragged us along the rail, teeth bared, as though he could bite the air into obedience. Inside, he shouted at a corporal in a tower door, 4 civvies. The corporal flicked us a single look, eyebrows saying no room, then saw something behind us, and his eyebrows changed their minds in a hurry. Something hit the gantry at a run you felt in your ankles. It wasn't a gaunt, it had hands. It used them like someone who had spent a few years pretending to be a man and had finally decided to stop pretending. Slick with a sheen, the color of sick leaves, tall as 2 of me, mouth full of the tidy teeth of a professional. It took 3 steps and was suddenly there. It didn't roar. It wrote its name on the world by removing a chunk of railing with a gesture that didn't look like one, and then tasting the air the way a drunk tastes a story before deciding to fight. Stealer, someone screamed from inside. The word crowded the air like a diagnosis. The guard at the door hammered rounds into it point blank. The thing smiled with its whole body and kept coming. The soldier with us did not aim. He swung, bringing his lasgun across the creature's wrist, not cutting, interrupting. The hand, wrong hand, too many fingers, too many joints, missed peak by a story and retaught itself on railing. Joran hit it with the pry bar. The sound was not heroic. It was meat and metal disagreeing about policy. The bar bounced. The thing's eyes that were not given the courtesy of blinking, ticked toward him with a curiosity that had nothing to do with mercy. Then the heavy bolter below found the angle and tore the top third of its head off. It folded in such a graceful way that I hated it more than I knew how. We tripped over it going through the door, and the corporal's boot sent its hand, still flexing, thinking, over the side into smoke. The tower's interior was a lung built from scaffolds and shouted orders. Cables ran like veins. A Decay knelt in a puddle of other men, hands elbow deep in business, shouting for saline that had been drunk by fire 2 floors down. A squad leader was on the vox, saying copy in every way a human throat can say we will die on this hill, because there are no hills left. Civilians, half a dozen, crouched by a stack of ration crates, leaning into one another so hard their shoulders would ache for days after, if there were days. Downstairs, the soldier grunted, pushing us toward a stair that the tower had not yet taught to betray legs. "Stay off the wall, it's spitting through." We started down with our backs to each other, and our eyes properly divided. Laser grabbed the sleeve of another civilian as we passed, a woman with a child's handprint in blood across her chest, and no child attached. The woman looked at her, then through her, then sat down on the stair she had been told would save her, and did not move again. On the next landing, the tower remembered being a machine, and forgot to be a shelter. A vent cough-sneezed and spilled 3 fist-sized spheres that bounced like generous fruit and then opened. The first coughed a mist, the second spat needles, the third unfolded a creature that was all jaw and habit. Joran kicked the first back up the stairs into a guardsman who swore he loved us before he died. Peak slashed the thin gut on the third and got his arms slimed with something that would learn his blood in an hour if he did not wash it off. The second's needles went into the wall where men's shoulders had left a sheen of labor. The wall absorbed them like vitamins. Laser said a word that made the air around her get very still, and then pushed us through the smoke into the level the soldier had promised. You think you know what a shelter looks like until someone shows you the real thing, and you realize you've been pretending with blankets and doors. This one had real geometry, reinforced ribs, angles that convinced explosions to tell their stories in the other direction. A Gorgon's back door, the guardsman said later, though the Gorgon herself was ash on a road 2 clicks east. Inside 50 souls who had not decided yet whether they were alive or simply waiting for accuracy to improve. Some had the calm of people who had run out of panic an hour ago. Some made sobs you only hear through cloth. A priest with ash in the shape of an aquila on his forehead moved from head to head, murmuring comfort that had teeth, if you wanted to imagine them. "Any way out?" I asked the soldier. He laughed in a way that suggested the future had stopped taking visitors. "You're on the way out," he said. Then he pointed to the far wall where the tower's bones showed through steel that glowed dull red from heat's patience. Tyranids on 3 sides. Navy raining love. Command says hold until evacuation. He looked at the ceiling as if it would explain the word. Evacuation. He tasted it. It didn't taste right. A siren barked 3 notes up, where men were dying politely. The priest flinched, then kept going. The soldier squeezed Laser's shoulder quickly, the way a man might check a knot before trusting it with his weight, and sprinted back up the stairs. Peak wiped his arms on his shirt and made faces like a 7-year-old, then did it again until the slime squeaked under his nails. Joran sat with his back to a rib and stared at the door with the serenity of a dog watching a horizon for a master who is not coming. I counted the people and stopped counting when I reached the place where numbers become names. The front moved. You could feel it. The tower leaned, not enough to be dishonest, just enough to note that it had learned new physics. The heavy bolter's rhythm changed, a longer gap between bursts, the kind a good gunner hates making. Someone above screamed for a flamer, as if asking for a glass of water. The smell came down the stairwell in a dim wave, promethium and hair. Something with too many feet scrabbled along the outer wall. I watched the steel bow inward in a ripple, as if something outside were tasting us through it. A guardsman stumbled in, bleeding from the round place where a face stops being useful. He made it 3 steps, and a woman caught him as he fell. Not because she could stop a fall like that with arms like hers, but because reflex sometimes outruns arithmetic. He tried to say a name and found that blood was better at that job. The priest reached him, and the man's gaze steadied on the Aquila like a ship, finally seeing a lighthouse and then deciding it is just another rock. "Keep the little ones down," someone barked, and I realized a squad of soldiers had set up a second firing line in here. 2 11s of men and women who had trained their muzzles on the stairwell, calm, professional, with the kind of breathing that makes the world slow down around trigger fingers. One looked 15, but his shoulders said older. His hands had learned how to be older overnight. The sergeant glanced at me, then at Peak, then made a choice. "You wrecked. Knife." If anything with a mouth gets through that isn't us, you cut and keep cutting. You too, he flicked his chin at Joran and Laser, drag and stack. We're not tripping on the people we love. The next wave came down the stairs like a song that skips the nice parts. Guardsmen first, walking backward, firing, faces neutral. Instructors would have been proud. Behind them worse, Gaunts of course, leaping the last 3 steps with joy. A thing that had been 2 men yesterday, and had very decided opinions about being a single problem today. Thorns growing where shoulders want help. A shadow that turned into edges halfway down the stairs, then back into shadow when the first volley passed through it and left no receipts. The room filled with light that existed only long enough to kill. A child wailed. 2 voices hissed quietly in harmony. The priest switched prayers mid-breath, choosing one with fewer promises and more iron. Laser dragged a wounded man sideways by his webbing. Joran lifted a body like it was a bag of nails and moved it to the corner so his boots would feel honest. Peak stood low and still, knife held out of sight behind his leg as if he could surprise the universe with it. I found a corner of the wall and pressed my spine to it and knew I was making a rub of myself there that some future man would feel with his palm and shiver for no reason he could name. The first Gaunt threw 3 last rounds in the chest and tried to decide whether that was rude. It fell only because a woman with a flamer kissed it full in the mouth. The second slid along the wall like oil and without looking at us, raked claws through a man who had stood too far from his sanctified corner. The third didn't arrive because a frag grenade did. Bits of it did. Those bits learned us intimately and then forgot us with equal speed. For a breath, the line held. Then the thing with the thorns found a grip in the stairs' geometry and pushed. The guard line stepped backward as one, not panic, drill, but drill cannot change. Square footage you do not own into space you can stand in. The room was short. Civilians pushed to the back wall, pressed flat, and became paint. A flamer sputtered and went dry in a cough that tasted like despair. The sergeant's face made a decision, and he shouted for bayonets. The order sounded like cutting cloth. The press was on us in moments. The stair mouth and throat we could not widen. Joran swung the pry bar into something's teeth. The bar rang, and the teeth learned metal and loved it. Laser drove a utility knife into the neck of a shadow that only needed the idea of a neck to be hurt by the idea of a blade. Peak disappeared for a second, and reappeared with blood on his face that wasn't his, and eyes that were bigger than they had any right to be. I did what men like me do, grabbed sleeves, shoved panicked shoulders where fear would let me move them, told lies in a soothing voice about how this was almost over, and how over meant something besides the end of breathing. Gaunt made it through. It did not roar or declare. It appeared in the middle of us like a word said at a funeral in the wrong voice. Its claws came down. There was no time for anything but math. Peak was closer. Laser was too slow. Joran was busy. I lifted my hands because that is the only spell I know. The Gaunt's claw raked my forearm and opened me like a letter. Inside, blood said present, and the room leaned closer. Then the 15-year-old who had learned to be older took 1 pace forward and put a last bolt through Gaunt's eye from 3 steps. The bolt hit, and for once the universe honored energy with obedience. The thing fell. The boy's face crumpled in private, and then remembered who owned it, and smoothed. The soldier who had found us threw himself back down the stairs through his own men, boots skidding, gun barking too fast to be accurate, and somehow accurate anyway. He grabbed the sergeant by the harness and shouted into his ear over the light and heat. The sergeant shouted back, and the soldier's face changed the way land changes when water leaves. He turned to us, found our faces in the crowd of faces that weren't his problems, and pointed at a hatch low on the far wall that had not been a hatch when we came in. "Service crawl," he yelled. "Out to tram sub-level. You'll have to have a belly. Go, youth," the sergeant snapped, back in line. The soldier smiled the way broken glass might if it could remember being sand. "A minute," he said, and it was a lie and a prayer. He kicked the hatch. It stuck, because hatches in our lives always do. Joran shouldered it, and something gave. Cold air came through that tasted like old stone and new fear. The hole was as generous as a throat, swallowing a coin. Peak glanced into it like a diver checking water for sharks, and then slid in head first because he is stupid in the way the world rewards when it's feeling kind. Laser shoved me after him, then looked back at the room and the men and women giving themselves to a doorway that did not deserve them, and whispered a word I could not hear. Joran came last, dragging the hatch half closed behind him, because even in a world that mocks doors, men from the underhive closed them, while we crawled. Bellies, elbows, knees. The tunnel was honest about its dimensions and rude about its temperature. Behind us the room roared, not with mouths but with light. The light came down the crawl after us like a rumor. Air shoved our backs like a bully late for supper. The floor burned my palms where I had given it my blood earlier. It knew me now and wanted seconds. Pete kicked my face and apologized in a whisper that sounded like laughter. Laser breathed in a rhythm that taught mine to be small and hide behind it. Joran's breath was the sound rails make when trains try to remember where their wheels belong. The crawl dropped into a pit that smelled like electricity. We slithered down and pulled together, all hands, a tangle of lies and sinew and filthy cloth. Above, a dull boom arrived like a late guest and shook dust down in a fine benediction. The hatch we had come through flexed inward and popped back with the indignation of metal asked to do too much. Where now? Peak whispered, because quiet had returned and was already beginning to feel like a baited hook. I licked my lips and tasted iron and ash, and a hint, just a hint of the sweet that had been in the stew. The world does not waste flavors, it reuses them. I pointed along the tunnel where rails ran, thin gauge, for service trams that had not graced these halls since before I admitted my name to a clerk. The rails shook, not from our steps, not from anything human, from the city learning a new beat. We moved, because the front does not stop at your door, it learns your floor plan and uses your pantry and sleeps in your bed and writes letters to your family when it gets bored. War had come home and found it easy to sit in our chair. And somewhere above, beyond the tower's brave bones and the room that had the decency to die loudly, the sky kept falling into the streets, and the streets kept learning how to become mouths. Behind us, the soldier who had pushed us through the door had 1 minute. He bought us all of it and more. I know, because the tunnel lit orange for a breath, and then the breath was gone, and the rails shaking changed pitch, and the dust came down thicker, and the boys on the line did not shout again. The priest's hymn stopped in the middle of an amen. The front stepped over their bodies without looking down and reached for the next door with the comfortable reach of a man in his own house. We kept going because there were other rooms ahead, because the service trams might still remember motion, because between the shells and the tyrannid mouths there were still corners that hadn't yet decided to belong to either, because we had not yet run out of knees, because as long as there is a next corridor, home is a lie you can drag behind you like a broken door and still use to keep the wind off your teeth. The tunnel did not end. It changed. It widened until elbows no longer scraped, until knees found more forgiving purchase, until air could be breathed without tasting dust thick enough to chew. For a moment the promise of space felt like mercy. Then we smelled it. Not rot, not smoke, though both lay under it like old debts, but incense, the sharp tang of oils burned for gods that no longer listened. Somewhere ahead, a flame burned steady when every other fire was smothered by war. Peak was the first to say it. Ecclesiarchy. His voice shook, not from fear, but from the nervous awe the underhive taught children to keep for men who wore robes instead of rags. The cathedral must have been built over these service lines. Lazy slowed, eyes narrowing, as though even in the dark she could measure the angle of the world. Sanctuary, she murmured, but there was no conviction in the word. Joran grunted. Walls don't care what name you carve in stone, they break the same. We followed the scent until the tunnel spat us into stone carved with purpose, not utility. Here the ceiling arched, ribs of rock cut into deliberate vaults, brass sconces burned low, flames coaxed from dwindling fuel by trembling hands. We had stumbled into a lower vestry, a forgotten chamber of a cathedral that loomed above ground. The sound of prayer met us before sight did. Voices layered, uneven, some broken, some too steady to be honest. They filled the chamber. Dozens, maybe 100, huddled beneath icons of saints whose faces had been rubbed thin by desperate fingers. Mothers held infants whose cries had long since died into hiccuped silence. Old men sat with backs straight, lips moving, but eyes glassy, as though waiting for an answer they already knew would not come. In the middle, at an altar lit with guttering candles, a priest stood tall, voice cracking but unbroken. He raised a book that had gone soft with sweat and blood, and he preached, "Fear not, children of the Emperor. His light is not extinguished. Even in the shadow of the alien, even in the mouth of the beast, his truth shines." His words echoed. His flock wept. For a moment, we might have believed him. But above the world roared, the walls shuddered, mortar sifting like flour from cracks high above. Each tremor shook dust loose from the saints, painting their cheeks in streaks of grey tears. Some civilians flinched, but most clung tighter to their pews, as if the carved wood could anchor them against the tide of extinction. The priest saw us enter, his gaze locked on the soldier's blood, still drying on my sleeve, on Peak's blade slick with alien ichor, on Joran's prybar bent from defiance, on Laze's eyes, too calm, too sharp. He lifted his book higher. "See, survivors still come, proof that his will guides us here. This hall is sanctified, no beast shall breach it." The words rang strong, but even as they left his mouth, a sound slithered through the stone. Not boots, not claws, something in between. A rhythm that didn't match human steps, yet learned from them. A scraping, a pulse like the building itself had grown lungs and meant to breathe us in. The congregation heard it too. Silence spread, cutting prayers mid-word. The priest faltered, eyes darting toward the sound. Then he bellowed louder, covering fear with volume. "Sing with me." Voices rose thin and broken from the lightning and the tempest. The scraping grew louder. Our Emperor delivered us. Something slammed against the far wall just once. The saints shook on their perches. A child screamed. From plague, deceit and heresy. Another slam. This time, cracks spidered through plaster. Dust fell in heavy curtains. The congregation broke rhythm, voices splintering into sobs and whispers. The priest shouted louder still, veins bulging in his neck. Our Emperor delivered us. The wall exploded inward, not stone, not entirely. Something had worn it from the outside, eaten its way through, as though mortar was no more than stale bread. Chitin shone wetly in the candlelight. Claws reached, scythes gleaming. The first gaunt forced itself into the vestry, its body folding and unfolding like a nightmare, birthed from a too small door. Behind it more pressed, hissing, shrieking, eager. Chaos erupted. The faithful screamed. Some fled deeper into the pews. Some dropped to their knees, arms wide, begging the Emperor's mercy as the shadows fell on them. The first gaunt leapt, claws opening a man like parchment, blood spraying across the altar. The priest did not falter. He seized a candlestick, lifted it high, and roared a hymn as though defiance alone could strike down monsters. For a heartbeat, it worked. His flock's voices surged, raw, panicked, desperate. Then the beast tore him in two. The book fell. Its pages fluttered once before a claw pinned it to the altar. The words written there soaked red until they blurred into nonsense. The hymns collapsed into screams. We moved because stillness was death. Joran grabbed Peak by the collar, dragging him behind a pew as claws shredded oak like paper. Laser shoved me down, hand gripping mine so tightly I could feel her nails bite through grime into skin. Civilians ran, slammed into walls, trampled one another, their prayers drowning beneath the alien chorus. The vestry became slaughtered. Gaunts poured in, jaws snapping, tongues tasting terror. Candles toppled, flames licking at holy banners. Statues fell, crushing worshippers beneath sanctified stone. The smell of incense vanished, swallowed by blood and fire. Faith was consumed. And yet, in the far corner, A woman's voice rose, soft at first, trembling, then louder. A lullaby, not a hymn. She clutched her child to her chest, rocking amid the chaos. Her song cut through screams, pure, broken, human. For a moment, even the beasts hesitated. The hive mind itself seemed to tilt, curious. Then they struck her down, and the lullaby ended mid-note. We fled, crawled through smoke, over bodies, past overturned pews slick with blood. The cathedral above was collapsing, its great bells tolling one final time as fire reached the rafters. Behind us, faith burned. Ahead only the streets waited, and as we stumbled into the ash-choked night, I understood. Sanctuaries were lies, no safer than open air. In Warhammer 40K, no prayer built walls high enough, no God built hands fast enough, no home, no holy place, no shrine, nothing was safe. The hive always came, and when it did not just consume bodies, it consumed belief. The capture was not quick. It never was with the hive. Quick death was a mercy, a clean ending with claws, a blur of pain followed by silence. What happened instead was a lesson, deliberate, patient, cruel in its efficiency. The gaunts did not strike to kill. They herded, claws lashed low, cutting tendons, bringing men and women to the ground without spilling enough blood to rob them of breath. Rippers swarmed ankles, snapping at calves, but never quite severing arteries. They drove people into lines, into funnels made of living bodies, until the survivors found themselves corralled. We were pushed forward, stumbling through streets that had no walls left, only piles of rubble gnawed down to their marrow. Capillary towers loomed ahead, their roots pulsing with absorbed blood. The air itself had thickened, clinging to lungs like half-cooled wax. I remember the sound most, not the screaming that had long since become background, but the wet grinding, the gurgle that never stopped. The city itself seemed to be swallowing, and then we saw the pits. They were not dug by men. No tool could have shaped that abyss. It was a hole that breathed. Its walls were lined with pulsing membranes that oozed fluids down into a black pool that churned, bubbled, hissed. Ramps of slick flesh extended from the ground, guiding us down as though the earth itself conspired with the Tyranids to offer us up. Some civilians prayed, some cursed, some went silent, minds already gone. Peak whispered, voice breaking, "It's feeding." He was wrong. Feeding would have been clean. This was something else. At the lip of the pit, the first prisoners were thrown forward. A woman shrieked, clutching her child, but claws tore the infant from her arms. The child was tossed aside, not into the pool, not yet, but into a small assist at the edge, where it writhed as translucent tendrils wrapped around its limbs. The mother reached for her child, only to be shoved into the pit proper. Her scream ended instantly when she hit the surface. The pool was not water, it was acid, enzymes thick enough to look solid, bubbling as if alive. Her flesh sloughed away before her hands could even close around her child again. One moment she was human, the next she was slurry, her body liquefied into a foam that the pit drew deeper with greedy gulps. The child followed minutes later. That was when people began to break. Men surged against their captors, preferring death on claws to dissolution in the pool. Women clawed their own throats to open their veins, but gaunts seized them before their blood could spill more than a handful of drops. The hive did not permit waste. Every scream, every drop, every gram of biomass was catalogued, directed, harvested. I watched as dozens were dragged into the pits. Skin melted, bone dissolved, organs burst into paste. The air filled with a smell that was neither rot nor cooking, but something worse, nutrition, stripped of identity. The smell of life turned into raw material. I thought I could not watch more, but then I saw the conveyors. The hive had grown living platforms from its own flesh, wide ribbons of organic tissue lined with spines and hooks. Prisoners were fastened to them by sinew that sprouted from the floor itself, their arms stretched until joints popped, their legs bound until bones snapped. The conveyors shuddered, then began to move, dragging the living toward the pit in slow, inevitable procession. Some fought until their throats tore from screaming. Some lay limp, their eyes gone hollow. Some prayed. I cannot tell you which was worse. A man near the front broad, scarred once a miner by his hands, managed to wrench himself free. His scream was half victory, half despair. He ran, only to be seized mid-stride by a lictor that seemed to appear from nowhere, scything claws punching through his torso as if his body was made of wax. The alien did not kill him outright. It carried him back to the conveyor, still twitching, still breathing, and pinned him there like a trophy before resuming its watch. The Hive wanted us to see. It wanted us to learn that no movement mattered. No rebellion was more than a delay. When my turn came, I could barely stand. Joran held me upright, whispering curses that sounded like prayers. Lisa walked ahead, her eyes no longer searching for escape routes, but fixed on the pit, as though daring it to take her and choke. Peak had stopped speaking altogether. The conveyor's flesh rose beneath our feet. Hooks caught my wrists, my ankles. They did not pierce skin, not immediately. They sank in slowly, almost gently, as though savoring the invasion. I felt the sting spread up my veins like liquid fire. My body shook, but the hooks held. I was moving forward. The pit yawned ahead. Every second stretched until it was a lifetime. I watched others dissolve. I smelled their end. The air was thick with steam that clung to skin like sweat. The sound of bones snapping under acid became the heartbeat of the world. And then explosion, not from the Hive, from men, somewhere above the PDF, or what remained of them, had launched one last barrage. Shells slammed into the rim of the pit, shattering capillary towers, igniting mucus channels. Flames bloomed, real flames, not the slow smolder of the Hive's digestion, but human fire, defiant and wild. The conveyors bucked, hooks loosened, people screamed anew, this time not in despair, but in shock, in hope that maybe the end would not come today. I tore myself free, flesh ripping, as I wrenched my arm from the living hook. Blood sprayed, but it was mine, chosen, not stolen. Joran did the same, his face twisted into something that was both pain and joy. Lisa shouted for us to run, and Peak, silent until now, let out a scream that sounded like life clawing its way back. We ran. Behind us the pit still churned. The Hive did not stop. It never would. Even as flames licked its edges, it healed, pulsing membranes knitting back together, conveyors sprouting anew. The Hive did not panic. It did not falter. It consumed, and it would continue, until nothing remained. But for a moment, for one thin slice of time, we had escaped its mouth. And in that moment, I learned something terrible. The Hive had not meant to kill us quickly. It was meant to show us, to break us before it swallowed, to ensure that when the end came, we would understand exactly what was happening, and how little it mattered. The flesh pits were not just digestion, they were a revelation. They taught us that in Warhammer 40K, no flesh was ever safe, nobody was ever sacred. To the Tyranids, we were not even prey, we were ingredients, and one day, all the stars would feed the swarm. We thought escape meant survival. We were wrong. The fire that saved us from the flesh pits was not salvation. It was a chance, a shell lobbed by some half-dead regiment, a blast that tore open a wound in the Hive's growing flesh. We staggered out of it, like blood cells squeezed through a vein that never meant to let us go. And the Hive let us. It always lets us. The tunnels below the Hive City were ancient, built before the last refounding, before the last round of administratum surveys, maybe even before this world was officially claimed for the Imperium. They ran under hab blocks and manufactorums, service corridors and forgotten transport lines. We ran blind through them, half choked on smoke and bile, our skin still burning from contact with the Hive's living hooks. Joran led. His arm hung useless, bone cracked from wrenching it free, but his legs carried him like they didn't belong to him anymore. Peak stumbled after, still screaming at every echo, every drip of water, every sigh of air. Lacer and I held him up when his knees gave out. His mouth was raw from biting back words. When he did speak, they came out wrong, slurred, like someone else's tongue was in his mouth. We walked until the noise of the flesh pits was gone, until the bubbling, the liquefaction, the conveyor's groan became memory instead of presence. Only then did silence reveal itself, and silence was worse. The tunnels were wide, at first, enough for 10 men to march side by side. They narrowed as we went deeper, walls slick with condensation that smelled faintly of rust and rot. Pipes hissed, dust fell, shadows stretched like living things across our path. We whispered, because speaking louder felt like bleeding. "They're still up there," Joran muttered. "The PDF, they'll hold long enough for reinforcements. They must." I didn't answer. None of us did. There was no fleet coming. If there had been, the Hive would not have risen this far. Lacer broke silence later, her voice hoarse. "Why did they build these tunnels so deep?" Peak chuckled, a sound that didn't belong in his throat. "For the rats." We didn't laugh. Then the first body fell. It dropped from the ceiling without warning. A man, or what had once been one, his body torn open from clavicle to hip. No blood left, just meat stitched back together by strands of mucus. His arms flailed weakly as he hit the ground in front of us. His mouth opened. No words came, only a wet clicking, a parody of speech. Behind him, nothing. Above him, nothing. The ceiling showed no mark of where he had come from. Peak retched until bile hit his chest. Lacer dragged him back. Joran raised his broken arm like it might hold a weapon. I froze because something else was moving. Not the body. The shadows. They bent wrong. Not with the angle of our lantern. Not with the curve of the pipes. They bent as if something enormous and unseen leaned over us. And then it was gone. We walked faster. Too fast. Feet splashing through puddles that sounded like thunder in the stillness. Every drip of water echoed tenfold. Every breath felt stolen. That was when the second came. Nobody this time. Just sound. A scrape. Metal on stone. Above us. Behind us. Joran swung his broken arm again. Madness in his eyes. "It's nothing. Just nothing." But we knew. We all knew. Licked us. They had stalked us in the streets. But there, at least there had been the chaos of crowds. The illusion of cover. Here, in tunnels where even air felt trapped, there was no cover, just stone. And us. We ran. Not the desperate sprint of prey, but the slow, stumbling pace of people too broken to flee properly. Our boots slapped. Our hearts thundered. The shadows thickened until they seemed to reach for us. Every so often, something brushed our shoulders. Not air, not stone. Something warm, slick, almost gentle. A caress. Peak broke first. He screamed, tore free of Lacer's grip, and bolted down a side passage. His voice vanished instantly. No echo, no return, just silence. Swallowed whole. We didn't follow. We couldn't. Some part of us understood that was the point. The Hive didn't need all of us at once. It was patient. It would eat us, piece by piece. We pressed on, breaths shallow, eyes darting to every flicker. Minutes, hours, days. I cannot say how long it lasted. Time dissolved in that dark, stretched thin, until it broke. We forgot what day it was. We forgot there had been days at all. There was only one now. Only steps, only shadows. And then Lacer vanished. She had been behind me, hand clutching my sleeve. One moment she was there, her grip trembling but real. Next, the weight on my arm was gone. I turned, and there was only air. No scream, no sound. Joran shook his head before I could speak. His lips moved. "Don't look back." So I didn't. We walked until we found a chamber. Wide, circular, walls lined with pipes that breathed steam. In the center was a pillar, tall and thin, covered in what looked like roots. At first we thought it was just another growth, another tumor from the Hive's endless body. But the roots moved, slowly, carefully. They twitched, recoiling as our lantern lit them, and then they lowered something. Lacer. She hung upside down, cocooned in threads that pulsed like veins. Her eyes were wide, mouth gagged by living resin. Her chest rose and fell, shallow, trembling. She was alive. Joran staggered forward. We can cut her free. The shadows detached from the wall. The lictor revealed itself not by sound, but by absence. The lantern light bent around its chitin. Its claws gleamed wet. Its tongue flicked once, tasting our fear. It didn't strike. Not yet. It waited. The hive didn't want quick kills. It wanted us broken, paralyzed by choice. Save her and die. Leave her and live. Joran screamed and lunged anyway. He tore at the roots with his good hand, snapping them, pulling until blood streamed down his fingers. The lictor let him. I watched, patient, curious. Lace's eyes rolled to me, pleading, begging, and I did nothing, because at that moment I understood the hive wasn't feeding, it was learning, measuring how long we would last before terror hollowed us out, calculating how much pain it took to make us abandon each other. Joran freed her arm before the lictor moved. It was faster than I thought. Claws scissored, both of them split in half before they could even scream properly. Blood sprayed the pillar. Roots drank it in. The lictor vanished again, leaving nothing but silence. I don't remember leaving that chamber. I don't remember walking more. Only at some point, I realized I was alone. Joran, Lacer, Peak, all gone, and the tunnels kept going, and the shadows kept watching. I learned the sound without wanting to. You don't forget it after you've heard it once. The thin, high thread of a child's cry finding its way through stone and smoke, catching the inner ear the way a hook catches the gut. It tugged at everything I still called human and dragged it forward before the rest of me could vote. The tunnels around me had gone tight and warm, the air sticky with the breath of things that didn't need lungs, and somewhere ahead that sound wove in and out of the drip and hiss, begging, promising, accusing. I told myself it was a lictor's mimicry, a vox loop, a joke the hive plays when it wants a clean harvest. My feet moved anyway. There is a law older than sense that says if a child cries you go toward it. The hive knew that law better than we did. The passage opened into a room with a sign still bolted to the lintel. Nursery 12C. The letters had sagged and blistered under heat, but they held on like stubborn teeth. Inside, everything remembered how to be gentle and failed. Cribs stood in 2 neat rows. Some were steel, some plastic gone brown at the edges, all lacquered in a gloss of resin. Little toys, blocks, a chipped servo cherub with 1 wing, a rag doll whose face had been drawn on and then kissed off by use, lay where hands had dropped them. Over the far wall, the hive had woven a curtain of filament so fine it looked like frost. Behind it, something moved. A cry came again, not a loop, a breathy, hiccuping thing full of snot and terror and stubborn life. Don't, I told my body, which is a tool with bad ears. I wasn't the only one it called. 2 shapes slid out of a shadow to my left like apologies. A man with a miner's shoulders and a bandage wrapped twice around his head, and an old woman with a coat made of 4 other coats stitched into sense by thread that had been asked to do more than thread should. Behind them, a thin lad held a stub pistol in both hands as if it were a live bird he was trying not to crush. The woman saw me and put a finger to her lips. It shook. We heard it too, she whispered. No one else left to answer. The man nodded, then made the mistake of glancing at the sign. Something crossed his face. Memory in the shape of pain. He started forward. Stop, I said too loud. The room listened. Everything listens now. I swallowed and tried again, in a voice the air might ignore. It set. Look at the floor. He did. A sheen lay over the concrete. Not water, not oil. Something that held light instead of reflecting it. The hive had spread a skin across the room, thin as an eggshell. It caved a little under the weight of dust and made the dust look like stars. You could step on it, and it would hold. You could step on it twice and it would remember your weight and learn to spring at it. The old woman's mouth flattened. Tala, she said, tapping her chest. This is merit. She jerked her chin at the lad. That's Sev. The big man didn't look like Sev until he said, in a voice that had worn gravel thin, My boy used to sleep in a room like this. Then he looked exactly like Sev. I'm no one, I said. No one is a good name now. The cry turned into words no one teaches on purpose. Mama, it said, ruined by fear. Mama, it hurts. Tala bit her knuckle. Blood showed where teeth had broken skin, and then vanished as the air took it. It's wrong, she said to the room. You hear me? Wrong, wrong. The room heard. Rooms always do. It laid a smell over everything. Yeast, soap, warm milk, home. Don't breathe with it, I whispered. It counts. When it has your rhythm, it takes you. Sev moved anyway. One big step onto the skin. It depressed under his boot, and then held. He took another. The skin made a noise like a man swallowing on a dry throat, and settled itself deeper against the true floor. Merritt lifted the pistol. His hands were steady in the way terror tricks boys into for a minute or two. He kept the muzzle down and tracked shadows. I went with them because of the law, and because sometimes 3 bodies make a better argument to fate than one. We spread out, stepping where the skin was still starry with dust, where it had taught itself less about weight. Away from the center, filaments draped down like cobwebs grown out of good intentions. I lifted one with 2 fingers, and it clung, stretching, until it found skin and decided to stay. Behind the curtain, the hive had made a display. It had learned kindly shapes and set them out like a merchant who knows which color catches the eye. There were children, 5, 6. I counted, and then stopped because numbers become names at stupid speeds. They hung in cradles grown directly from the wall, cradles shaped like the old ones, but with ribs instead of bars, each rib tipped with a bead of clear fluid. A line ran from each child's throat to the wall, a thin tube that pulsed slow and ugly, like a worm taught to be a necklace. Their eyes were open. The air moved their hair. The one who cried found a breath too big for her cage and coughed. The cough went up the line and into the wall. The wall shuddered, like a man pleased by a drink. Sev made a sound I had only ever heard from animals when you step on the wrong foot. He reached for the first cradle. Filaments rose gently around the sleeve of his coat and tried to learn the shape of his arm. Merritt said, "There," and without turning his head, put a hole in a patch of darkness big enough to hide 3 rippers. One squealed in the peculiar way they do when their plans have been corrected. Another flopped out from under a crib where it had been pretending to be a toy and evaporated politely into a mess. The third reached the skin under Sev's boot and took a bite. Sev stamped, and it popped like a blister. The skin remembered the sound and liked it. Tala's coat hissed. Where it brushed a shard of resin, she edged along the wall, fingers searching for seams. "There's a lock," she muttered. "These grown cut loose, somewhere." I put my ear to the wall near the nearest cradle the way a man listens to a safe. Behind it the world breathed in a complicated way, several rhythms stacked, none of them my own. Close to the cradle, I could hear another, high and smooth, the kind machines make when they think they're being quiet. I slid my knife in where the rib met the wall and found only a give. The wall took the blade in 2 millimeters at a time and warmed it to show me how much it appreciated the attention. "Look up," Merritt whispered. The ceiling wrote our odds in bones and cunning. Patches of chitin hung there in the shape of slugs, or teardrops, or other soft nouns, spore mines, jelly bombs with opinions. Each was tethered to the roof by a cord of gummy flesh, and at the base of each cord an organ puckered and unpuckered like a mouth tasting the air. Beneath too, the skin was darker, thinner, as if the things had been drooling. They didn't mind us yet. They would. The cry righted itself into words again. Please, not to us specifically, to any ear, to the air. The wall drew the plea in through those neat little tubes and hummed contentum to itself. "Cut here," Tala said, found what passed for a latch and wedged her thumbnail under it. It squirmed away from her with a prim little flinch. "Coward," she said, and bit down on the latch with her teeth. It let go in disgust. She pulled the first rib aside. The cradle flexed, not willing but not refusing. Sev, now. Sev got his hands under the child at the front. Little boy, hair matted to his skull, a bruise blooming along his jaw where someone's care had been rough because speed had been important. He lifted, the tube in the boy's throat, tensed, stretched, screamed without sound. I sliced it. The child's eyes rolled white for a heartbeat, and then found focus and then widened to fill his face. There was a pause. The room knew what had happened. It needed a second to decide how it felt about it. That second is the only thing that ever saves us. Under, I said, crawl under the cribs. If the mines drop, they'll overshoot. Merritt went first, flat as paper, pistol dragged along by its own muzzle. Tala passed the boy too fast, too sure, into my arms and slid after him like a snake taught etiquette later. Sev stayed just long enough to put his shoulder into the next cradle's ribs and make them regret their architecture. He pulled a girl free hard enough to pop joints and she laughed, the sound broken and sharp because someone was holding her and the body has its own priorities. The mind's woke. You don't hear it so much as feel it in your teeth. The way pressure decides to write itself into a different paragraph. One let go politely and dropped with interest. It would have hit Sev's spine if he hadn't seen my eyes finish a sentence and moved. It splashed on the skin, and the skin held it like a faithful friend. Bubbles rose through it, clear and fast. The bubbles ate. Merritt fired once more. A lictor showed its outline the way sin shows its shape in a sermon by accident when it wanted to be an example. The round didn't kill it, it hurt its story. The creature retreated 2 paced tip steps to think about us from a better angle. The mind stopped pretending to be asleep. Every mouth at every tether base pursed. The curtain of frost filament lifted and fell, stirring a dust made of insect wing and dried human breath. 2, Tala hissed, passing the boy back, not to me, this time to Sev. 2 is where we get to feel like saints. 3 is where we die looking like liars. Sev ignored arithmetic, the way fathers do in rooms with signs that say nursery. He had the girl under his arm like a sack of grain and reached with his free hand for the next cradle. A ripple ran through the wall and the cradle bit him, not with teeth, with intention. The ribs flexed, closed and pinched the meat of his forearm so hard I heard bone complain, and the latch he needed drew itself up out of reach like a cat. He swore, not in anger, in sadness. The minds chose that exact word to like and 3 of them let go at once.
Merritt had saved 1 round. He put it into the joint of a mind tether, with the theatre of a man who will want to remember doing something well as he dies. It parted. The mine went sideways into the filaments and stuck there for a beat, long enough for me to ask the Emperor. I do not believe in a question. It fell again, slower, as if it had learned a lesson about gravity and was trying out a different one. Go, Sev told me, and I could see by the shape of his mouth that he was not talking to me at all. He was talking to a boy who had once slept under a picture he drew of saints with tinfoil halos. He was talking to a morning where bread still had a job, besides smell. No, I said. I am good at no. When the choices are worse. The mines hit. 1 splashed on the skin and made the floor into a mouth full of tiny teeth. 1 hit a crib and rolled down a rib and kissed the girl's leg lightly. Where it touched, the flesh went shiny and then thin, and then water found itself an excuse. She didn't scream. She made a little surprised noise you would make if someone had said there was cake in the next room. The 3rd hit Tala square on the back and didn't break. It adhered. She froze, not with fear, with calculation. Slowly, with the dignity of a woman who has spent her life choosing what hurts and what hurts less, she slid her old coat off 1 shoulder, then the other, then wriggled out of the sleeves and stepped forward. The mine went with the coat. It pulsed once, and the coat became a notion. Merritt crawled to the room's edge and got his feet under him. He came back like a fool with his hands empty. No more bullets, he giggled. What a surprise. He shoved his shoulder under the next cradle and hoisted with a spine that had written checks it would cash later. I got the boy's throat tube out of my grip long enough to pass the knife to Sev Haft first. He took it with that gentleness men only find for their children and rats. He cut the girl's line, and the wall objected in a language the ceiling chimed along with. Filaments lifted. The curtain tried to lower itself as if it were tired of all this effort, and the thought of a nap had occurred. Beyond it, other shapes moved. Not gaunts, not yet. A pair of taller shadows, mild with purpose. Warriors. They didn't need to hurry. The floor went soft, and remembered that it had always wanted to be a pond. The skin sank under our knees. The little teeth drank us into their committee. I pressed my free hand to the concrete under the clever membrane and shoved up. It gave me a centimeter, and then none. The room wanted to keep us. Tala spat, real spittle, thick with old spit, and rubbed it into the latch of the cradle Merit held. "Dirty things hate honest dirt," she said to nobody. The latch tried to slither away again, and she slapped it, and it decided to be a latch a moment longer. The cradle's ribs spread. The child inside, tiny, a mouth with a face hung around it, blinked as if woke from a nap with no good dreams in it. Tala didn't lift her. She folded herself around the child and moved, her feet finding the pockets of firmness as if the floor and she were an old married couple who could still anticipate each other's bad habits. The lictor came back with patience in its wrists. It didn't have to be fast, it just had to be accurate. It put its weight into the filaments above our heads and they shivered in approval. One strand dropped on the crown of Sev's head and learned his hair quickly, then followed the part in it down to the scalp for the pleasure of the mapping. He didn't notice. The girl in his arms had decided there was breath in the room if someone would show her where. He showed her. He breathed little. She copied. "It is not a miracle. It is just work." "Back," I shouted to Merit, who was busy being brave where bravery is cheap. He obeyed, for once, and the obedience made a space where the room's plan had wanted a corpse. I pulled on Sev. Tala caught his belt. We made a triangle of fools with the door at its base and the world on the other end of the line. The skin tore with a noise like cloth ripped carefully so someone can mend it later. We fell through onto honest concrete. The boy in my arms weighed 5,000 kilograms for a second, and then remembered his weight and sobbed. I handed him to Tala, who made a shape with her body that taught him to live. The filaments tried to stitch the tear. I slapped them with my bleeding palm, and they learned something else, a new taste. The ceiling decided it liked me and let go of a mine exactly above my head. It didn't fall, it was placed. I rolled, it pulsed once. The air tasted like metal left out in the rain too long. Merit laughed again, that same broken gleeful bark. He had found a brick heavy enough to be a weapon, and was throwing it at anything that looked important. It was a useless act, and therefore holy. One throw caught the lictor's mandible, and made it tilt its head like a dog reconsidering the loyalties of its heart. It didn't move aside. When the second warrior stepped through the curtain with a grace I resented, it reached for Merit. Sev put his shoulder into the warrior like a man who knows exactly how much force it takes to move ore, and hasn't learned yet that rules are different for gods. It staggered. I have never loved a lie so much. I shoved the girl across the tier into Tala's arms, and grabbed Sev's coat collar with both hands and pulled hard enough to remember later. The warrior recovered and brought a scythe down where Sev's neck had signed the guest book. The scythe hit the floor. It went an inch into honest concrete before deciding that was work. Sev was not there. We were, all of us, for a second under the door, through it. The corridor didn't thank us for choosing it. Corridors are mean. We ran, badly, the way men run when speed has been borrowed. Tala had the two, Merit, the brick, and the empty pistol. Sev, his arm wrapped around a neck that bled from too many scratches to prioritize them. And me, my breath caged behind a chest that had learned uncertainty. Behind us the nursery corrected itself with little efficient noises, membranes knitting, minds regrowing, voices practicing. It followed. Of course it followed. Not a rush, not a scream. The lictor came like a quiet regret, and behind it one warrior with a step like punctuation. We couldn't outrun that kind of grammar. You don't outrun a book. You turn a page in its face and pray for pictures. We hit a junction with a sign whose arrow had melted and was pointing at nothing now. The left had a smell like a cold machine. The right smelled like a nursery. We went left and found a culvert narrowed by time and ducks. I shoved the others into it. Sev went last because fathers do, and for once I let him. The lictor did not fit. I tried. It learned that even perfect murder has hips. The warrior did not try. It waited where the culvert widened into a mouth, as patient as the weather. In the tight dark, the children remembered new ways to cry. Tala murmured nonsense with authority until the nonsense did what words are supposed to and changed the air. Merritt pressed his empty pistol against the duct and breathed like a dog. Sev said his boy's name into the wall so the wall could keep it for him. The warrior outside scraped a blade along the stone with a sound meant to teach us shapes of fear we had not learned yet. I had one thing left worth anything. One thing Laser had taught me and the walls had failed to eat. I untied the rag around my forearm and found, wrapped in its filth, the smallest glass vial, 1/3 full of pale fluid that had learned heat twice. Once when I'd stolen it from a chemline weeks ago, once when I'd tucked it close to the body, because warmth must be reminded. It was the kind of thing we used to unclog vents or start dinner when dinner required convincing. I unscrewed its cap with teeth and poured it into the rag and tied the rag around a brick that was not Merritt's brick because he would need that. The rag hissed like religion and smoked like reason. I wriggled to the culvert mouth until the scrape of the warrior's breath made my molars tell me truths, and then I threw the brick, not at it. Nothing as useful as that, but high, to a place above and to the left where pipes met in a tangle, and a valve wheel had been painted red by a man who had still believed color could carry messages. The rag kissed the wheel, the heat found a pocket of something patient. The duct coughed, steam came like forgiveness that burns. The warrior took one involuntary step back, and the lictor, in trying to fit where it did not, put one foot where the steam wanted it. It shrieked, quietly. They both withdrew one body length to argue with physics. I shoved the others past me and out into a maintenance run that had forgotten to be alive. We ran. The culvert behind us filled with the scream of metal remembering pressure. We didn't stop until signs no longer had words and pipes no longer apologized for breathing. The children's cries became hiccups, and then sleep shaped like shock. Merritt said, "I hit it. I did. I hit it." Tala stroked his hair with a hand that had not been taught gentleness. She learned fast. Sev looked down at the girl he had carried, and finally let his mouth make a shape. We would not hold against him. Grief added to relief until it overflowed. We made a room in a bend behind a dead fan big enough to have been proud once. We put the children in the curve of its blades and hung a coat to make. The hive breathes in layers. Above it whispers like vents sighing, a low wind moving through ducts and pipes that still pretend to serve humans. Below it churns. You feel it through your bones before you hear it. Wet, thick, like thousands of mouths chewing without swallowing. Like a throat rehearsing hunger with no end in mind. That is where the tunnels carried us next, down toward the feast that never ends. The air changed first. Heat thickened it until each breath dragged grease across the back of the tongue. The walls sweated resin that glistened red in the dim, like meat hung too long in a butcher's stall. We carried the children between us, wrapped in cloth and fear, but the hive smelled them. It always smells like them. A new urgency rippled through the corridors, like a note carried ahead of us. Fresh offerings are coming. Tala stopped us at a grate no wider than a coffin lid. Through it came a light too warm to be flame, a pulsing orange-red glow, uneven, as if it came from something alive. She pressed her ear to the grate, her face wrinkled in disgust and grief. "Feeding pit," she whispered. Merritt made a sound low in his throat, almost laughter, but it broke before it reached his lips. "They keep them down there." "No," Sev said. He adjusted the girl on his hip. She had stopped shivering, which was worse than when she had shook. "They use them down there." The children we had rescued stirred as if they understood. The boy whimpered in his sleep, a sound too practiced to be new. We pried the grate loose. The stink hit us hard, sweet rot, burned hair, the wet tang of bile. We crawled through, one by one, into a shaft that sloped steep. The resin walls clung to our hands as if offering balance, but every time skin touched the surface, the hive twitched. It was learning our touch, memorizing the tremble of each fingerprint. The slope ended in a balcony, hacked by claws into the stone. It overlooked a chamber so vast it seemed stolen from a cathedral. The ceiling was lost in shadow. The floor below was not a floor but a writhing sea of bodies. They were not all corpses. At first I thought it was a charnel pit, piled high with the dead of hives past, but the pile moved. It swelled, shifted, collapsed, reformed. Limbs punched through torsos, heads turned on spines they no longer owned. I saw faces, dozens, hundreds, each locked in an expression between scream and prayer. And above them, descending on strands of resin like obscene chandeliers, hung the feeders. They looked almost beautiful from a distance, like glass organs pulsing with color. But when one swung close, I saw the truth. Sacks of translucent flesh, filled with liquefied meal. Tubes extended from them like veins undone, each ending in a needle. The sacks dipped into the sea of bodies and drank without pause. The bodies twitched, moaned, some still alive enough to struggle, as the needles slid into veins, throats, bellies. When the sacks filled, they pulsed upward, tugged along their cords into the darkness above. New sacks descended to replace them. We watched for a long, too long, long enough for the chamber to notice us. A voice rose, not words, not song, but a layered murmur carried by 100 throats, still attached to bodies below. The sound crawled into our ears like worms. It was not screaming. It was welcoming. "They're calling to us," Merritt said. He leaned forward on the balcony rail, as if to answer. His eyes had gone wide and soft, reflecting the glow. "It doesn't hurt them. Look, they're still here." Tala seized him by the collar and dragged him back. "They're not here, boy. They're gone. All that's left is the hive talking with their mouths." The feeders swayed. One adjusted its descent, as though scenting us. It stretched its tube toward the balcony, impossibly long, impossibly fast. Sev pulled the children behind him. I grabbed Merritt's arm before he could step into its reach. The needle struck the stone where his chest had been. Resin hissed as it ate into the wall. The moaning below rose to a chorus. Hands reached upward, hundreds, trembling and beckoning. I could not tell which belonged to the living, which to the dead. "They're singing," Merritt said again, weaker this time, as if ashamed. "No," I said, "they're inviting." The feeders multiplied, more descended, more than we could count, swaying, searching. The hive had seen us. The pit wanted us. We backed away from the balcony, slow, careful not to make the air shout. But the glow followed, climbing the walls, filling the shaft. The hive does not lose prey, it has scented. Behind us, the tunnels narrowed into ribs that scraped shoulders raw. Each step smeared us in resin that hardened after touch. The hive was sealing paths as it herded us. The glow behind grew brighter, closer. Sev growled low, "We can't outrun it, not with the little ones." Tala set her jaw, pulled a knife, and drew it across her own palm. She smeared the blood on the wall. The hive twitched, recoiled, as if confused. She grinned a tired grin. "It hates choice. It hates when we give ourselves." For one heartbeat, the resin walls shivered uncertainly. The feeders slowed. That was all we needed. We shoved forward, through ribs, cracking, resin tearing, walls groaning as they closed behind us. The glow dimmed. The voices of the pit sank into the distance. Still, their rhythm stayed in the ears. "Come down, join, feed, be kept forever." When we stopped, finally, the dark was absolute. No glow, no feeders, just silence thick enough to suffocate. The children whimpered in sleep. Merritt muttered the rhythm, under his breath like a prayer. Sev silenced him with a glare. The hive had shown us its stomach, and it had let us leave. Not mercy, not an accident. Inventory again. It was keeping us for later. The hive does not give warnings. It does not announce itself with horns or banners. When it shifts tactics, the world simply changes, and you either understand or you die. For us, the change came from above. At first it was a sound, high and sharp, like a choir of glass shattering in the heavens. We craned our necks through cracks in the resin canopy and saw the sky bloom with fire, not human fire, not the red-orange blossom of shells or the white fury of plasma, but a sickly green that dripped instead of burned, each spark trailing a thread behind it like a wasp dragging venom into prey. Spore mines. They fell slow enough to be seen, quick enough to be hopeless. Dozens at first, then hundreds, then swarms so thick that daylight fractured into motes of poisoned glass. The sky became a dome of falling sickness, every orb pulsing with inner organs that squirmed against their own membranes. Some burst before they touched ground, flinging clouds of vapor that spread with the speed of thought, seeping into every crack of every wall. We ran with no destination. The children coughed blood after the first breath. Their small hands clutched our clothes as if touch alone could anchor them against the drowning air. Tala wrapped cloth around their mouths, around her own, but it made little difference. The air itself had become liquid death. The first blast came from behind. A hab block 3 streets back vanished, not with flame but with a wet sigh, as though it had been inhaled by something too vast to see. The walls sagged inward, then burst outward, spraying shards of resin and bone. A cloud rolled through the street, thick and low, carrying the smell of burned copper. Where it touched, skin blistered in seconds. Where it lingered, bone showed. Sev dragged us into an alley, but the mines found us there too. One dropped at the far end, bouncing once on the cobbles like a grotesque ball. Its skin split. A hiss rose. We froze, the way prey does when the predator hasn't chosen which throat to open first. It never detonated. The mine twitched, spasmed, then lay still. For a moment we thought mercy had found us. Then we saw it pulsing, not dying, not failing, but waiting. Spore mines didn't always kill immediately. Sometimes they seeded the ground, their toxins soaking deep, ready for feet, for roots, for lungs to stir them awake again. The hive thought in layers. Every drop of its rain was a promise. We crawled past it, eyes averted, breaths shallow. Even Merit, who had muttered hymns to the feeding pits, was silent now. The world required silence to notice us less, but the sky would not stop. Above, the green streaks multiplied until they were not streaks at all, but curtains, sheets of falling plague. Each detonation sent shockwaves that rattled our teeth. Windows imploded, towers cracked. The city that had once stretched to the stars now bent its head, forced down by the weight of an alien storm. We saw others running, families, stragglers, even a squad of PDF that had somehow survived the last collapse. They moved in bursts between buildings, masks tied with rags, weapons raised uselessly against the rain. One of them shouted a warning at us. Underground, find cover. And then the sky chose them. 3 mines fell at once, tight as a spearhead. They hit in the center of the squad. The explosion was not sound but pressure, a heavy wet hand slapping every surface at once. When the smoke cleared, the squad was gone, not killed, not broken, gone. Only their weapons remained, slick with something that might once have been blood. We tried the underground, but even the sewers we knew now throbbed with resin, sealed or redirected. The hive funneled us where it wanted, never leaving chance to chance. Every manhole cover fused shut, every stairwell clogged with growth that pulsed like veins. The hive herded us beneath its storm, the way a shepherd herds sheep toward the slaughter pen. The children could barely walk. Sev carried one, I the other. They were limp now, their coughs quieter, but their eyes too bright. Fever shined. The hive was already inside them. We pretended otherwise, because pretending was all that kept our own legs moving. We passed a plaza where once statues had stood, saints, generals, heroes. The hive had remade it into a basin. Mines detonated above it in a rhythm almost musical. Each cloud rolled downward, filling the basin until it became a lake of gas, and into that lake, survivors stumbled, blinded, choking. Some tried to climb out, their skin sloughed off in sheets. Others lay still, their lungs already liquefied. The hive did not care. The basin would be useful later. Everything had a purpose. I began to understand then. The hive was not trying to kill us quickly. Quick death wasted meat. It was shaping the air, the ground, the very rhythm of panic, so that we would stagger where it wanted, so that every ounce of biomass would be harvested clean. The sky was not simply falling, it was sculpting. Night came, though it was hard to tell. The spore fall glowed faintly, a sick green luminescence that made shadows stretch wrong. In that light, the city looked flayed, its bones showing through where buildings had been hollowed by blasts. The rain did not stop. We found shelter in what had once been a transport hub, its roof still intact, its windows shattered but high. Others had gathered there too, a few dozen, faces blistered, eyes red. They looked at us, not as comrades, but as competition. In the dark, hunger already gnawed. In the dark, every cough was a threat. And above us, the mines still fell. The roof shook with each impact. Resin crept through cracks, sealing us in. We knew then that the hive didn't need to come for us. The rain would finish the work. The air was never clean again. Even when the spore rain ceased for a few hours, when the sky grew still and the clouds above the hive parted into veined green fissures that glowed faintly like diseased lanterns, we still breathed poison. It clung to us. It lived in us. The children no longer coughed blood. They simply wheezed with each breath, their lungs stitched with something not their own. And still we walked, because stopping meant admitting the truth. There was no safe place left, not above, not below, not in prayer, not in silence. We followed the tunnels beneath the old manufactorum district, where rivers of sewage once sluiced waste into recycling vats. The hive had found these places too, ribs of resin and bone arched from wall to wall, turning familiar pipes into throats. Fluids ran down their sides, sometimes black, sometimes green, sometimes bright as arterial spray. The walls flexed as though alive, tightening behind us, loosening ahead, guiding us deeper. And there in those tunnels, we learned what it meant to be prey without sanctuary. The first kill came when Fen strayed too far ahead. He was scouting corners, muttering curses. When the sound came, a scrape like nails dragged across stone. We froze, heads snapping toward the noise. For a moment there was nothing but the drip of runoff and the heave of our own panicked breaths. Then the shadows shifted. It wasn't just darkness, it moved. A gene stealer slid from the wall, its carapace camouflaged by resin, its limbs blending into every pipe and girder. It dropped behind Fen without sound. He turned, mouth opening, but its claw was already through his chest, pinning him like parchment on a nail. He tried to scream, but blood poured instead. The thing leaned close, its tongue tasting the heat of his last breath, then snapped his body in two. We ran before the echoes faded, but the tunnels betrayed us. Every path we chose was already known. Every door we forced led only to more resin, more ribs, more veins. And behind us, in front of us, above us, the things hunted. Lictors clung to ceilings, invisible, until they dropped. Rippers poured through cracks, a tide of gnashing teeth that climbed walls as easily as water fills a cup. Gene stealers moved through shadows, herding us, splitting us apart. Each kill deliberate, each scream cut short. We hid in maintenance chambers, in broken lifts, in the carcasses of ruined servitors, but the hive always found us. Its patience was infinite, its curiosity is cruel. Once, when we thought we had escaped into an abandoned sump, we found others. A handful of survivors crouched around a rusted lamp. Their skin was grey with hunger, their eyes wild. They begged us not to stay, begged us to keep walking, their voices ragged. We didn't understand, until one of them pointed at the wall. It was breathing, slow, steady, like a chest rising and falling. And as we watched, mouths opened in the resin, small at first, then widening, gaping. Wet air whistled from them, and in that whistle came whispers, our names, our fears, our thoughts. One of the survivors clawed his ears bloody, trying to shut them out. Another pressed his child against his chest, murmuring, "Don't listen, don't listen." But the child's eyes glazed as the walls sang louder, hungrier. The mouths weren't there to kill, they were there to lure. We left them behind. We had to. The Hive wanted us in that chamber, wanted us listening until our wills rotted away. Better to face claws than voices. Hours or days, time was ash. We stumbled into a flood channel. The floor was slick with old sewage, but at least there was space to breathe, space to see. For the first time in too long we thought maybe we had outrun them. Suv even laughed, a single dry bark of relief, and then the water moved. Dozens of shapes burst from the muck, rippers, their slick bodies writhing, their jaws snapping. They were too many to fight, too fast to outrun. They poured over Sev first. He fell backward, their teeth already inside his throat. He flailed, screaming through blood, but their bodies piled on top, until he disappeared. The water churned red. His voice went with it. We fled again, always fleeing, always with fewer than before. By the time we clawed our way into another set of tunnels, there were only 6 of us left. 6, from the dozens who had hidden together when the rains first fell. 6, and even we knew the Hive was done letting us scatter, because when we stopped, when we listened past our ragged lungs, we realized the sounds in the dark weren't random. They were closing in from every direction, scrapes above, claws below, chittering behind, whispers ahead. We weren't being chased anymore, we were being penned. No place to hide, no place to run. The Hive didn't need us to wander anymore. It had decided where we would die, and we walked forward anyway, because what else was there to do? We had thought the tunnels were the worst the Hive could offer us. We were wrong. When we emerged again into the open, blinking through clouds of spore-thick air, the world above was no longer the world we remembered. It wasn't a city. It wasn't even a ruin. It was a carcass in the process of being stripped bare, every artery and tendon peeled apart for use. The Hive was remaking it, and we were trapped inside the harvest. The horizon was broken. No longer spires, no longer manufactorum stacks, no longer the proud silhouette of a hive reaching toward the Emperor's light. What stood now were towers, alive, quivering, growing higher with every passing hour. They rose like the bones of some skeletal titan piercing the sky, their surfaces slick with slime, their roots buried deep into the Hive's foundations. They pulsed, slowly, steadily, like throats drinking, veins bulging as fluids pumped through them, capillary towers. We had heard rumors of them whispering in the tunnels. Someone had said they drained oceans, stripped rivers dry, that entire worlds bled out through their roots. Now we saw it. It wasn't a rumor, it was the new sky. The rivers that had once cut through the city were gone. Channels lay dry, their beds cracked, stinking with exposed mud. Lakes were sunken pits, ringed with corpses of fish and drowned cattle. Even the air felt thinner, as if moisture itself had been inhaled. Where water should have run, only slime remained. We stumbled to a rise where a hab block had once stood. Its upper floors were melted into resin, its lower half still concrete, jagged and broken. From there we could see across the corpse of the Hive, everywhere, everywhere. The towers rose, some half-formed, swelling like cysts, others tall enough to pierce the clouds, all of them connected by strands of chitin, like webs stretched across a sky gone black with spores. We weren't the only ones watching. Civilians knelt in the mud, staring up, their eyes vacant, their mouths whispering. Some prayed to the Emperor, some begged forgiveness, some just laughed until their throats tore. One mother held her child up toward the nearest tower, as if offering it, as if thinking the sacrifice might save her. The tower dripped green ichor that hissed when it touched her flesh. She didn't even flinch. Laser whispered, "They're drinking us." She was right. The Hive wasn't just feeding on bodies, it was feeding on the world. Soil sagged under our boots, soft and wet, every step a reminder that what we walked on wasn't stable anymore. It was slurry, nutrients already pulled downward toward the tower's roots. I thought of the oceans, the glaciers far to the north, the rain that would never fall again. All of it was being pulled upward into those throats, swallowed into the sky. The Hive didn't conquer worlds, it consumed them. We tried to move, tried to find shelter in the shadow of the towers, but the closer we came, the more we realized how hopeless it was. The air was thick there, thick enough to sting my skin. Each breath burned like smoke. The towers radiated heat and vibration, a low hum that set teeth on edge. Beneath them, the ground wasn't ground anymore. It was flesh, resin, slime. Sometimes it quivered when you stepped on it. Sometimes it sighed. Sev, half delirious, struck the base of one with his pry bar. It didn't even scratch. Instead, the tower reacted. It bled, thick ichor, running down like sap. From the wound came a sound, wet and deep, like a throat clearing itself. A moment later, the air filled with screeches, gargoyles, dozens of them, peeling from the resin like scabs. They swooped down, wings cracking, shrieks, tearing through the spore-thick sky. Sev didn't even have time to raise his weapon again. Claws opened his chest to spine, lifting him into the air. He screamed once before his body snapped like wet cloth. We scattered. That was all we ever did anymore. Scatter, survive, watch another one vanish. The gargoyles didn't chase far. They didn't need to. The hive had no interest in wasting energy. The towers were still rising, and all that mattered was protecting them. The gargoyles returned to their perches, dripping gore from their talons, their wings folding back into stillness. That was when I realized the truth. The towers weren't just alive, they were aware. The hive mind wasn't only inside the swarm, it was inside these structures too, watching through them, pulsing thought into them. Every drop of liquid, every strand of chitin, every tower in the horizon was part of the mind. We weren't running through ruins anymore. We were running through a body, and it knew us. It made us. We tried to flee deeper into the wastelands, but there was no wasteland left. Everything had been reshaped. Every path, every building, every open plain now pointed back to the towers. Resin spread like veins, dragging the earth upward. We saw a group of civilians caught between two of them, huddling under the remnants of a broken tram line. The soil beneath them turned liquid. They screamed, clawing at the rails, at each other, but the ground swallowed them whole, sucked down into bubbling sludge. When the last hand vanished beneath, the soil stilled again, smooth, perfect. The hive left no trace. Joran was the one who said it out loud. We're already gone. No one argued. Night never returned after that. The towers glowed faintly, green and orange, pulsing with the lifeblood of the planet. They lit the hive more brightly than any lumen strip ever had, and their light brought no comfort. It was the glow of digestion, of finality, of a world bleeding out. We slept in shifts, though none of us really slept. Every dream was filled with the hum of the towers, a sound that never ended, that throbbed in our skulls like a second heartbeat. Even when I pressed my hands to my ears, it was still there. Not sound, not really. It was a thought. Alien, hungry, endless. And in those moments, lying in the mud with my ribs aching, and my head full of the hive's whispers, I realized something worse than death was coming. The towers weren't just feeding, they were preparing. The sun rose one final time. At first we didn't understand that it was the end. It came up weakly, a pale coin in a sky already clogged with drifting spores and the outlines of towers. For a moment it looked like a mercy, a reminder of the world before, the warmth of mornings when people still worked fields and children still laughed in the streets. But as the light stretched across the horizon, we saw what waited above it. They were there, the ships. Not ships the way the Imperium knew them, no metal hulls, no thrusters or engines, no banners of the Aquila. These were living things, titans in the void, their hides armored in chitin, their bellies lined with vents that exhaled clouds of spores. They blotted out the stars behind them. They blotted out the sun itself. Bioships. And as the sun climbed, it disappeared, not because it is set, not because of clouds, but because the swarm of living void creatures simply moved into position between us and the light, until there was nothing left but shadow. The last dawn was smothered by the hive. We stared upward like fools, every one of us. Survivors kneeling in the mud, soldiers broken and shivering, priests still clutching books of faith that no longer opened. We all looked at the sky, and the sky no longer looked back. The light faded fast, shadows stretched until they merged. Day turned to night, but this was no natural night. No moon, no stars, no promise that light would return. Just darkness, vast and absolute, pressing down. The capillary towers pulsed with new vigor, glowing faintly like veins filled with molten ichor. Their light became the only light left. Sickly green, corpse orange, the colors of decay. Someone whimpered, "The sun's gone." Someone else answered, "So are we." It grew cold, fast. The hive had drained our rivers, our oceans, our skies. Now it had stolen our sun. The air thinned, harsh and metallic on the tongue, like breathing dust. Fires burned in patches across the city ruins, but even flame seemed sickly, struggling against the weight of the shadow. I found myself thinking of home, not this hive, but the farm where I was born. The way mornings had once looked when fog lay across the fields, the smell of damp soil, the sound of distant bells. I remembered my mother's hands, rough from work but warm when they closed around mine. That world was gone too. The hive had taken it, and now it was taking this one. Laser broke the silence. "The Emperor will see us through." She said it like a prayer, but there was no strength left in her voice. No one answered her. Even the priest, lips cracked and eyes hollow, said nothing. Faith had died with the sun. The towers grew taller by the hour. They rose into the gloom like the bones of giants, their tips vanishing into the bellies of the ships above. I realized then that they were bridges, feeding tubes, arteries connecting the planet to the fleet. Everything taken from the world below was flowing upward, siphoned into the waiting mouths of the swarm. That was when the ground itself began to sag. Streets cracked, hub blocks tilted, manufactorums collapsed into their own basements. The earth was hollowing out. Every mineral, every drop of water, every breath of air stripped and sucked away. We weren't living in a city anymore. We were standing on a drained husk. The realization spread among us. You could see it in every pair of eyes. Not fear, not even despair. Just the dull emptiness of people who had reached the bottom and found nothing left to cling to. It didn't stay silent for long. The swarm always found ways to remind us we were still prey. Gaunts prowled the ruins, their eyes glowing faintly in the tower light. They didn't charge. They didn't need to. They herded us, pushed us toward pits, toward trenches filled with bubbling fluids. Every choice was gone. Every path was theirs. Above, the gargoyles screamed as they wheeled in the dark, swooping low enough to snap at stragglers, then veering back toward their perches. They played with us, the way predators toy with prey too weak to fight back. And through it all, that hum, the vibration in the towers, in the ground, in our teeth, louder now, stronger, not sound, not really, but thought. The hive mind pressed closer, pressing against the thin walls of our skulls. We could feel it studying us, testing us, savoring us. The priest fell to his knees. He raised his book and screamed until his voice broke, words lost in the hum. A gargoyle plucked him from the mud like a child might pick up a doll. He vanished into the sky, swallowed into the living dark. No one even moved to help him. We just stood there, watched the world end. I thought then of something my father once said, "All dawns end. What matters is what you do at night." But this wasn't night. Night ended. Night gave way to day. This was permanent. The world's last dawn had come and gone, and nothing waited after it. Only silence. Only the hive. I looked up into that endless shadow, and understood the truth we'd been running from since the first spore fell. The hive didn't just kill worlds, it erased them. We stopped counting days. Not because we wanted to, but because days no longer existed. The sky never brightened, never shifted. There was no sun to mark morning, no moon to whisper night, only the same endless black pierced by the faint glow of the capillary towers. Time became meaningless. At first, we tried to measure it. Peak made notches on a wall whenever he thought another day had passed. By the 5th mark, the chalk broke. By the 7th, he'd forgotten what number he was on. Soon after, he stopped scratching altogether. Without dawn, without dusk, everything blurred. Hunger gnawed deeper. The ache became constant, a second heartbeat. We scavenged what little remained in the ruins, moldy ration packs, scraps of paper boiled into paste, even leather straps chewed until our gums bled. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. One by one, people started looking at each other differently. The first time it happened, no one spoke of it. Hive City, a man went missing from the group. A dock worker named Ven, quiet, broad-shouldered. We found scraps of his coat in the mud, but nothing else. Someone whispered that the Gaunts had taken him, but I remembered the way Peak and 2 others had looked at him when he stumbled from weakness. I said nothing. The second time we knew. A boy, barely 15, rail-thin, collapsed in the street. His chest still rose and fell when they dragged him away. He was still breathing when the knife came down. The sound it made was small, wet, almost gentle. They shared him out in silence, chewing quickly, eyes down, like ashamed animals. Lisa vomited when she realized what they were eating. No one comforted her. No one told her she was wrong. By the third time, we were all hungry enough not to look away. The hive knew. It watched us. We felt it. Every moment, every thought, like cold fingers brushing the inside of our skulls. The hum in the towers wasn't background anymore. It was inside us, pulsing with every heartbeat. Sometimes when I closed my eyes, I saw faces in the dark. My mother's, my brother's, even Ven's. They whispered my name, voices soft as silk. They told me to lie down, to stop running, to give myself to the swarm. And the worst part. For a moment each time, I wanted to. We started forgetting things. Simple things at first. Words slipped away mid-sentence. Names vanished from memory, leaving only blank spaces. Then places, faces, memories. Lisa asked me what her own father's name had been, and I couldn't answer her, not because I didn't know, but because I'd forgotten my own. The hive wasn't just devouring the world. It was devouring us, from the inside. Peak was the next to break. We found him crouched in a corner, scratching words into the mud with his fingernails. Not words we could understand. Curved symbols repeating spirals, marks that looked more like claw patterns than letters. When we pulled him back, he hissed at us like an animal. That night, he disappeared. No struggle, no sound, just gone. Only the marks remained, glowing faintly for a few moments before the mud swallowed them whole. We didn't speak his name again. We slept in shifts, though none of us really slept. Dreams were worse than waking. The hum became voices. The voices became commands. Walk, kneel, offer, join. Every time we resisted, the pressure in our skulls built higher, like our thoughts were being crushed between grinding teeth. By then, none of us believed rescue was coming. Even the priest stopped pretending. His book lay abandoned in the dirt, pages curled with moisture. He sat with his back against a wall, staring into the dark with glassy eyes, lips moving soundlessly. When I leaned closer, I realized he wasn't praying. He was repeating the hum. Word for word. Hunger hollowed us out. Our bodies are wasted. Our minds frayed. The only thing keeping us moving was fear, the understanding that standing still meant being swallowed by whatever watched us from the dark. We were not survivors anymore. We were remnants, and even remnants had an end. It began as a tremor in the skull, not pain, not exactly. More like the echo of a thought that wasn't ours, a static hum beneath every heartbeat, a vibration that lived in marrow and would not quiet. At first, we mistook it for hunger, then for exhaustion, but hunger gnawed the gut, and exhaustion sagged the flesh. This was different. This was inside. The priest was the first to put words to it. He had stopped speaking aloud days ago, lips muttering nothing, eyes fixed on shadows as if they moved. When I pressed him, when I asked what he heard, he smiled, an empty hollow curve of teeth. "They're calling," he whispered. "The Emperor. My brothers, my flock, they want me to come home." But it wasn't the Emperor. We all knew. That night we dreamed. All of us. The same dream. The world was silent, stripped, already devoured. Only the towers stood, pulsing with crimson light, veins running down into the liquefied earth. But we were not afraid. We were warm, safe, surrounded by faces we had lost. Family, lovers, friends. They stretched their arms toward us, their voices soft. Come, they said. No more hunger, no more running, just rest, just peace.
Oh.
We woke up choking, our throats raw from whispering the words in our sleep. The hive mind wasn't attacking anymore. It was an offering. It knew we were broken. It knew we were tired. It didn't need claws. Not yet. Not when it could open the door from the inside. Laser cracked first. She swore she heard her son, clear as glass. He had died in the first days, snatched by rippers before her eyes. His screams had haunted her ever since.
Oh, sir.
But now she claimed he was whispering, gentle, coaxing. He's waiting for me, she told us, tears carving rivers through the grime on her face. He says the pain ends if I just go to him. We begged her not to.
Oh, sir.
But she slipped away while we dozed, following the voices into the tunnels. We heard her for hours, her footsteps, her sobbing, her pleas, then nothing, only silence, and the distant chitter of claws. The rest of us tried to resist.
Ooh.
We tied cloth around our ears. We bit our tongues until blood filled our mouths. We prayed, cursed, and struck walls until our fists split open. Anything to drown it out. But the whispers were patient. They slithered beneath every defense. They learned what we feared, what we wanted. They wore the voices of those we loved most, pulling memories like organs from the body. I heard my brother. He had been taken by gaunts in the breach. I watched them pull him down. I heard his bones snap. Yet here, in the dark, he spoke to me as though nothing had happened. His voice was steady, kind, the same voice that had told me not to be afraid as a child.
Why do you fight?
He asked. Why do you starve? Why do you suffer? Just let go. Just come home. We're waiting. For a moment, I believed him. For a moment, I wanted to follow. The priest followed next. One night, he simply stood and walked away. We didn't stop him. Maybe we couldn't.
Oh.
He was humming, the same pitch as the towers, his voice blending with the hive's song. He never looked back. His footsteps faded, and then nothing. By then, there were only 3 of us, 3 against a chorus of thousands, and we knew what the hive was doing. It didn't need to kill us. Not yet. We were experiments now, curiosities. It wanted to see how long it would take before we broke ourselves. How long before fear and memory hollowed us into something pliable, ready to kneel. It wasn't just eating our bodies anymore. It was eating our souls. One question remained, pressing against the inside of our skulls with every step. How much longer, until we answered the whispers? They said the starport still stood. It was a lie, but we needed lies by then. Without them, we would have laid down where we were and let the hive take us in silence. So we clung to the rumor, the whisper that ships might remain, that someone, anyone still lived out there who could carry us away. The 3 of us became more. Survivors crawled from cracks in the ruins, hollow-eyed, starving, clinging to scraps of cloth and scraps of hope. We joined together in silence, each of us too afraid to speak the truth that the starport was already gone. But lies have weight. Lies can move legs that hunger has broken. And so we walked. The road was a graveyard, vehicles stripped of wheels, burned out husks, turned into nests for spores, corpses half consumed, their outlines blurred as if something had melted them into the stone. The air was thick with a stench we no longer noticed, sweet rot, acidic bile, ozone burned into every breath. We moved as one, the final flock of a slaughtered world. Mothers carried children who no longer cried. Men leaned on shattered rifles as if they were canes. Priests, broken of sermons, walked without prayers. We did not march. We shuffled, staggered, dragged ourselves forward, pulled not by faith or courage, but by the thin, fragile thread of desperation. Above us, the towers pulsed. Their rhythm matched our footsteps, as though the hive itself was mocking our pilgrimage. We reached the hills. From there, we could see the ruins of the starport. Once it had been a beacon of steel, towers of landing lights and vast runways stretching into the horizon. Now it was a carcass. The landing towers had collapsed into pools of biomass, steel skeletons slouched and bent, flesh knitted into their frames. The runways cracked with roots that were not roots but veins, pulsing, feeding, alive. No ships remained, only husks, melted into shapes unrecognizable. But still, we walked, and then the sky moved. At first we thought it was smoke. A shadow stretched across the ruined port, blotting the faint glow of the towers. Then wings spread, hundreds, thousands, a living cloud. The gargoyles had been waiting. They fell upon us like knives. There was no order, no defense. The PDF were long gone, and even had they been there, they would have been torn apart just the same. Gargoyles screamed from the air, their wings like wet leather, their mouths split wide with fangs that tore flesh in flight. They descended on mothers, on children, on the old and the weak first. Families scattered, but scattering only made the slaughter easier. The sound was endless. Shrieks, rending, the wet tearing of wings carving through bodies. The ground slicked red faster than rain could have done. I saw one mother clutch her daughter tight, as gargoyles lifted them both, talons driving into their backs, wings carrying them into the sky. Neither screamed. Neither resisted. They simply held one another as they were carried away to be devoured. We tried to run. We all did. Toward the port. Away from the port. It made no difference. The gargoyles were the storm, and the storm was everywhere. Men swung pipes, rocks, bare fists. They killed nothing. Their arms were torn away, their skulls cracked open, their blood falling as a red mist. A child clung to my leg, crying wordlessly. When I bent to lift him, a gargoyle struck, dragging him from my hands with talons that shredded his stomach open before he even left the ground. His blood painted my face. His eyes stared into mine as the swarm carried him upward, already silent, already gone. By the end, there was no flock, only scraps of flesh, screams fading into the distance, blood soaking into the veins that drank it hungrily. Only a handful of us crawled away, broken, cut, too small for the swarm to care about. The hive didn't want us all dead, not yet. It wanted witnesses. It wanted us to see that hope, even false hope, was nothing but bait. We were the final flock, and like every flock before us, we had been herded exactly where the hive wanted us to go, straight into the slaughter. We should have been dead. That was the only thought left to us, as we lay in the ruins of the flock, bodies broken, flesh slashed, spirits hollowed. The gargoyles had left us, circling back to their towers, their wings vanishing into the black sky, like smoke swallowed by fire. They had no reason to leave survivors. No reason but one. The hive mind wanted us alive. We hid in a collapsed transit tunnel near the starport ruins, the stink of charred corpses and ruptured spores seeping through the cracks. The walls sweated, alive with veins that pulsed faintly in time with our own heartbeats. The ground was damp with something thicker than water. We tried not to think about what it was. Only 5 of us remained. Each one whispered their own reasons for survival. One swore it was a chance. 12 swore it was a chance. Another insisted it was divine will, the Emperor sparing us for something greater. But I knew better. We all did. This wasn't a chance. This wasn't mercy. This was intent. The hive was watching. It began with the sounds. Not footsteps, not claws, not the wet drag of rippers across stone. Something quieter. The faint tap of nails along bone. The brush of skin against walls. At first we thought it was echoes, nerves straining after too many nights without sleep. But then we noticed the rhythm, too precise to be random, too exact to be meaningless. It was counting us. Every time one of us shifted, the sound followed. Every time one of us tried to breathe silently, the walls seemed to tighten, amplifying it. It wasn't trying to kill us. It was studying us, Then came the whispers, not like before, not the tempting voices of loved ones lost. This was different, quieter, clinical, curious. A chittering pulse that scraped the inside of the skull, shifting tones as though it were adjusting, calibrating. It spoke not in words but in questions, not to our ears, to our minds. What do you fear? What do you remember? What do you love enough to betray? The others screamed. One man slammed his head into the wall until his skull split, blood mixing with the mucus on the stone. He thought death would silence the whispers. It didn't. The hive carried his thoughts even as his body sagged. I realized then it wasn't hunger driving them. Hunger was a mask. This was curiosity. Cold, meticulous curiosity. The hive didn't just want to eat us. It wanted to understand us, to taste our fear before it consumed our flesh. That night, if it was night, we slept in shifts. But there was no sleep, not really. Only visions forced into our skulls. The hive showed us images of what it had done before, what it would do again. Worlds stripped, oceans boiled away, skies turned black by wings. Not nightmares, memories. We were dreaming of the hive's past. We were carrying it in our heads. I woke up gagging, bile rising in my throat. The others whimpered, clutching their temples, whispering prayers that had no power. And above it all, pulsing, steady, patient, the sense that something vast was leaning down to peer through our eyes, fascinated by the trembling of insects in a jar. We were no longer survivors. We were specimens, and the hive mind was watching. We thought we had seen the worst. We thought the flesh pits, the digestion pools, the capillary towers bleeding the world dry, those were the end. But the hive had one last lesson for us. A final cruelty before the silence. They came for us in the dark. Not gaunts, not gargoyles, larger shapes, thick with sinew and chitin, claws that didn't slash but bound. We were lifted like children, paralyzed by toxins that burned through our blood and left our limbs limp, our mouths frozen open in silent screams. We were carried down into the tunnels, deeper than we knew the ground could go, and there we saw it. The flesh mills. Imagine a factory, but not made of steel. Imagine conveyor lines, but they are tongues, tendons, living cords that flex and pulse as though breathing. Imagine vats, but instead of metal they are rib cages the size of buildings, cracked open and straining as if to give birth again and again. That was the mill, and we were its feedstock. They brought us to the first line. We dangled, suspended in strands of mucus thicker than rope. Ahead of us, other humans, hundreds of them, hung in silence, eyes wide, mouths open in prayers or pleas that never left their throats. Some were already half consumed, their bodies softened, skin melting into strands that dripped into the floor. The hive didn't kill them fast. It peeled them. It studied the way they thrashed, the way their hearts slowed, the way their fear flavored the air. It didn't just want meat. It wanted the process. I saw the belts moving, bodies dragged across them, stripped by living blades that slid from the walls. Skin slowed, away in sheets, gathered into sacks. Blood siphoned through capillaries that ran along the floor, sucked upward into veins feeding the towers above. The sound was endless. Wet grinding, bones splintering, flesh being pulled apart. But the worst sound wasn't the tearing. It was the voices. They didn't die clean. Their minds lingered, echoing through the tunnels, caught in the warp shadow. Pleas, curses, laughter that broke into sobs. The hive kept them conscious as their bodies were dismantled. It wanted them to be aware of what they were becoming. We were moved forward, inch by inch, breath by breath, toward the blades. I tried to scream, but my throat was sealed. I tried to look away, but the hive forced my eyes open, made me watch as the woman ahead of me was lowered onto the line. Her skin split as easily as paper, her body unraveling while a mind pulsed in mine, screaming my name, though I had never known her. The hive was linking us together. Each death was shared, each terror multiplied. We were a chorus of agony feeding something greater than ourselves. When my turn came, I felt the cords tighten. They lowered me onto the line, the blades rising, slick with blood. My chest heaved, my body refusing to accept the silence. My mind clawed for escape, for any crack of mercy. That's when I understood. There was no mercy, not here, not in this galaxy, not at this age. The Hive wasn't cruel. Cruelty requires intent. The Hive was efficient, and efficiency demanded that not even fear should go to waste. I don't remember the first cut. I remember the scream of 1,000 voices flooding into my skull. I remember the blades sliding into me like the world itself was swallowing me whole. I remember the Hive breathing through me, with me, as if I was already part of it. And then, nothing but red, and the grinding of flesh into paste. That was the flesh mills. That was the end of those who thought survival meant anything more than another way to be consumed. The flesh mills had swallowed us all, or so I believed. But as the Hive dragged me back from the brink of death, not into life, never into freedom, but into awareness, I saw him, a single figure, still standing, still speaking, still believing. The priest, he had been there since the beginning, when the skies turned black and the people begged for salvation. He had been there when the PDF faltered, when the Arbites vanished into the streets, when families were rounded up and driven like cattle into the pens. He had been there, holding a battered Aquila aloft, his voice carrying above the screams, "The Emperor protects." Now he stood alone. The Hive ignored him, where others were dragged into the lines, into the blades, into the pools. He was left untouched. His voice carried even as it cracked, even as his lips bled from thirst, even as his belly shrank against his ribs. The Hive had no use for him, or perhaps it was listening. He preached to nothing but bones. Rows of skulls stared back at him from heaps along the walls, stripped clean and glistening under the film of moisture. He preached to children's toys scattered in the sludge, to torn pages of prayer books drifting like refuse. His audience was a world reduced to scraps, yet his words did not falter. "The Emperor is watching," he whispered, breath rattling. "The Emperor knows, the Emperor judges, but the Hive didn't kill him. That was the cruelty. It let him wither." Days passed, though time was impossible to measure in that endless twilight. His flock, such as it was, dwindled to nothing but shadows in the corners of his mind. The Hive's whispers filled the silence instead. Hunger, need, inevitability. And still, he answered, not with fear but with scripture. The light will not fade. The throne will not fall. The soul cannot be consumed. He clung to the words even as his soul frayed, even as his body betrayed him. His knees buckled. He fell, but still he lifted his Aquila, a rusted scrap of metal bent almost beyond recognition. His voice was a rasp now, barely sound at all, and still he spoke. I began to wonder, was he truly faithful, or simply mad? Had his mind cracked so completely that he no longer understood what surrounded him? Or had he found a strength deeper than sanity, something untouchable even by the Hive? Perhaps that was why it spared him. Not mercy, not curiosity, but contempt. To the Hive he was not food, he was refused. I watched him starve. His eyes sank deeper. His skin clung like parchment to his bones. His hands trembled so fiercely, the Aquila rattled against the floor. He wept without tears, his body too empty to give even water to grief. And still he spoke, not to us, not to the bones, to the void, to the silence that grows where the Emperor's light no longer shines. One night, I think it was night, his voice broke, not in surrender, not in doubt, in finality. His last sermon ended with a single whisper, barely a breath. "If he no longer protects, then let me be his witness." And then he fell silent, not dead, not yet. The Hive did not let him die quickly. It let him lie there, a husk among the remnants, ignored, forgotten, as though even death was too much a gift for him. The last faithful, not martyred, not honored, just left behind. The end didn't come with fire. It didn't come with a bombardment from orbit or the last brave stand of the faithful. It came the way rot takes a corpse, slow, silent, inevitable, until the last pieces fall away and there is nothing left but bone. The last strongholds fell. We had thought ourselves hidden, Deep within the ruins of manufactorums and hab blocks half buried in ash and rubble, we sealed doors with rusted iron, stacked walls of broken stone, whispered prayers into the dark. We told ourselves we could outlast the storm, that perhaps, somehow, reinforcements would come, that maybe the hive had fed enough and would move on. But the hive does not leave. The hive does not starve. The hive consumes until there is nothing left. The first breach was soundless. A wall we thought secure trembled as something pushed against it from beneath. Not claws, not explosions.
Oh, growth!
Living matter swelling, cracking through metal and stone. Organic tubing burst upward like veins, writhing as they spread across the floor. Then the walls began to melt. Not from fire. Acid secreted by feeders that chewed through everything, dripping saliva that turned steel into sludge. We fled deeper, but there was no deeper. Every tunnel we carved, every escape we dug was already infested. The hive had grown beneath us, around us, through us. Our stronghold wasn't ours at all. It had always been part of its body. They came after the walls, gaunts first, dozens of them, scuttling like wolves into the corridors. They didn't rush. They herded. They forced us backward, corner to corner, step by step, as though driving cattle into pens. Behind them came the larger beasts, warriors with bone scythes that glistened with drying blood. They didn't waste effort killing all. They only crippled. Those who fell weren't left behind. They were taken, dragged, still alive. I heard the screams as they were carried toward the pits. I heard their voices echo through the hive's shadow, joining the chorus of all who had been taken before. Each scream fed the hunger, rippled through us like chains pulling tighter around our throats. The hive made us hear every moment, made us understand that we would follow, and follow we did. The final stronghold was no fortress. It was a cage, and the hive had left it for last. The priest's words still rang faintly in our ears, but faith was no shield now. There was no prayer to keep the claws from us, no scripture to stop the walls from bleeding, no holy fire to hold back the tide. The Emperor's silence was total. We were dragged into the open, not by chains, not by machines, by tendrils, cords, tongues that coiled around wrists and ankles, tugging us forward toward the center of the hive's growth. The digestion pools waited. This was not the same as the flesh mills that had been process, efficiency, cruelty, wrapped in logic. This was finality. The pools bubbled and churned, acids thick as oceans, filled with bones that melted into sludge. Even as we stared, entire bodies sank in moments, dissolved into a mass of nutrient slurry that drained upward into the spires towering overhead. The hive drank us, not as individuals, not even as prey, as biomass, meat, fuel. I fought. The Emperor knows I fought, clawed at the ground, tried to bite through the tendrils, tried to scream words I had forgotten, in a language that no longer mattered. All of us fought. Some tried to cling to each other, some tried to run, some simply knelt, surrendering, whispering prayers into the fog. It didn't matter. We were lifted, we were fed to the pools, and we were stripped from the galaxy. The last human strongholds were gone. The last screams ended not with echo, but with silence, drowned beneath the sound of acid hissing, bones cracking, towers drinking. Assimilation, final, absolute. And still, the hive whispered, it was not done, it never would be. The pools did not silence us. Not truly. When the acids closed over my body, when flesh dissolved, when bones softened and marrow leaked into the bubbling mass, I expected nothing. I expected blackness. I expected to vanish. But I remained, not in form, not in body, in echo. The hive does not simply consume meat. It consumes everything. Thought, fear, memory, soul, all of it breaks down, not into silence, but into something else, something shared. As the pools churned, as the towers drank, as the rivers of acid carried us upward into the feeding veins, our screams did not end. They multiplied, they spread, they became part of the hum, the endless psychic murmur that filled the atmosphere like fog. I could feel them, the others, all the others. Their terror washed against mine like waves crashing on a black shore. Faces I had known for years, neighbors, workers, priests, blurred into me. Their memories spilled across mine, bright flashes of laughter, of children, of prayers whispered into smoke. But each one twisted, as it joined the chorus, stretched into hunger, bent toward the same gnawing pull. We were being rewritten. The hive mind did not simply eat us. It listened. It pressed against every thought, every scream, and it harvested them as surely as it harvested muscle and sinew. It tasted our terror, learned from it, refined it. We were no longer ourselves. We were data. We were lessons in fear, translated into instinct for the next swarm, the next feeding. I felt my memories bleed away. My mother's face dissolved into static. My child's laughter warped into a screech. The streets I had walked 1,000 times became shapes, tunnels, coordinates. My prayers became noise. All of it flowed into something vast, something endless. The hive knew me, and then it forgot me. Some tried to hold on. I felt them thrashing in the echo, voices clawing against the tide. They screamed their names, their families, their loyalty to the emperor. They begged to be remembered, to not be swallowed. But the hive was patient. It pressed down. It drowned them, and one by one the voices faded, until only the hum remained. Yet even in the hum, fragments lingered, not words, not thoughts, feelings, flashes of rage, a flicker of joy, a shadow of faith. The hive stripped them down, filtered them, refined them until they were no longer human at all, until they were nothing but use. And with every fragment consumed, the hive grew sharper, stronger, wiser. I understood, then, we had not lost only our world. We had given it more strength, for the next one. Our fear would guide its claws. Our memories would sharpen its fangs. Our screams would echo through the next invasion, carried on the wings of beasts we would never see. We were nourished.
Orc.
Not just of flesh, of evolution. I tried to cling to a single thought, a name, mine, but it was gone before I even remembered it. The hive left nothing behind. Nothing except hunger. There was a moment, if moments could still be measured, when I thought something of me remained. A flicker of thought, a whisper in the static, a shard of what I had once been. But even that was stolen. The hive does not allow survivors, not in body, not in mind, not in memory. It pressed down like a tide of black water, and every thought I tried to hold was drowned. My own voice became unrecognizable, stretched into the hum, until I could no longer tell if I was screaming, or if the hive was screaming through me. The last traces of individuality were stripped away. The last fragments of humanity were erased. I had thought death was silence. I had thought nothingness would be peace, but this was worse. This was being devoured from within, thought by thought, word by word, until there was no distinction between me and it. No I, no we, only it. The hive mind pulsed, not with cruelty, not with malice, with inevitability. It was not a predator in the way beasts are predators. It did not feed because it hated us. It did not consume because it enjoyed it. It is consumed because it must, because hunger was the only truth that existed, and we were only fuel for that truth. The echoes of the devoured faded. The screams dissolved into whispers. The whispers dissolved into hum, and the hum became silent. No prayers were answered. No heroes arrived. No last stands mattered. There was no last at all, only silence. The silence of a world stripped bare. The silence of oceans drained into veins. The silence of cities melted into biomass. The silence of voices that would never be heard again. And in that silence, the hive grew. When the ships are finished, the sky remembers how to be empty. They go as they came, without kindness, without haste. Vast silhouettes peel from the night that never ended and drift outward on tides. No human eye was meant to see. Bellies dim with the last warmth wrung from a world gone thin as parchment. For a lingering hour the shadow softens, not because light returns, but because the appetite has moved elsewhere. The capillary towers continue to pulse, slow, satisfied, then slacken. Veins that drank oceans, sigh and dry. Roots loosen their grip on bedrock, like fingers opening in sleep. The towers crease at their knees and fold upon themselves with a courtesy that feels obscene, tumbling in segments that dissolve before they strike the ground, leaving puddles of glassy slag that crackle as they cool. Silence spreads to fill the space the hum once held. It is not peace. It is a vacancy, a hush so complete you can hear dust settle if there was dust left to fall. The rivers are seams now, long scars stitched with resin that has set hard and sunless black ribbons over pale rock. The lakes are bowls scored by the last wind. No rain will kiss them again. Trawl a seabed with your boot, and you find the shapes of former lives outlined in crust, rooms and ribs and rails drawn in negative by absence. The air, robbed of water, tastes like a coin held too long under the tongue. When it moves without purpose, thin and unpersuasive, a forgetful breath inside a dead chest. Where houses stood, the hive has left clean foundations. It took the timber, the plaster, the paper, the people. It leaves behind right angles scribbled upon the earth, the geometry of a thought that has been erased but still dents the page. No ash. Ash would imply an argument. Just a residue like frost, not cold, brittle to the touch, collapsing into nothing when pinched between fingers. In plazas, the stones lie half melted into one another, as if persuaded that individuality was vulgar and uniformity a kindness. The manufactorums are husks, latticed girders picked clean as bird cage bones, bolts sheared smooth. Machine spirits long fled, or eaten, or convinced they were never there. Hublocks stand where rot once had a hobby. Now they simply bow, tilting into boulevards turned troughs. Facades fall inward, not from fire, but from want. Sometimes a wall keeps a shadow where a bed once leaned. If you put your palm there, it is cool, with that particular cool that belongs to rooms where mothers whispered, where lovers learned a grammar that did not need words. After a moment, your hand warms the stone and the cool recedes. That is all the erasure requires. A little heat, a little time. In the cathedral district, arches remain without roofs, clean as bones boiled for study. The big bell lies in a crater, not of bombardment, but of digestion, its bronze skimmed thin by a saliva that learned patience first, technique after. Snow made of spores had fallen here once, a soft green that choked throats and sealed prayers. Nothing of that drift remains. The hive wastes very little. Even failure nourishes, even hope. Beyond the city, the fields are plains of drawn lines, furrows petrified into grooves where plows will never travel again. Silos stand like missiles that forget anger, hollow and light, fragile enough that a hand could push a dent and watch it blossom. The agri-platforms cleaned. The irrigation stacks, unhooked, emptied, folded into themselves and drunk through tower veins, until they became a number in a ledger of absence. Wolves do not come. Carrion birds do not triangulate their circles overhead. Rats, those patient saints of the underhive, do not celebrate their inheritance. The hive took them by reflex. No cruelty wasted, no affection spared. An unshared kingdom remains, dirt cracked like lips, wind that has forgotten gossip, a horizon measured not in distance but in lack. If you wait some days, if days are still a measure, you will notice the quiet has layers. The close silence of rooms, the middle silence of streets, the far silence of hills, all three agree on the same theme. In that agreement, you begin to understand what ruin usually promises: stories, artifacts, a quarrel with the past. Here there are no quarrels, there is only a decision carried through to completion. Sometimes the ground moves, very slightly, as gases trapped deep within the new vitreous seams consider their future and choose stillness. Sometimes a pocket of enzyme that missed its appointment pops, a sound like a blister thanked by a shoe. Once, you may see a capillary stalk that failed to retract in time. It shudders thinking of the work it has missed, and sags. It does not fight this failure. The swarm does not punish efficiency gone idle. It pulls it apart into parts, and these parts go on to be useful somewhere else, not here. There is a certainty to the light now, not sunlight. It will be long before this sky is anything but thin and tired, not the tower glow, either, that ember has guttered. Instead, a flat pallor that belongs to rooms with shutters drawn, to hospitals when the power stutters, to storehouses opened and found empty, to the memory of brightness rather than brightness itself. In that grey, the land reveals seams the hive has scored to the curve of the planet, long arcs of polished resin like finger marks on a bowl. Once you see them, you cannot unsee them. You trace them with your eye, until a horizon interrupts, and you invent the rest. The invention is unfair to you. It is accurate. The hum is gone. That, more than any vista, more than any mass deficit, announces the conclusion. While it lasted, it sat inside your teeth like another set of roots, in your skull like a second breath. Now absence announces itself by the way your jaw forgets to clench. The first sleep after the ship's departure comes ragged and untrustworthy. You wake with fists balled around nothing, believing for a span that your hands hold a child or an altar, or the neck of a pry bar. When your fingers relax, they leave crescent moons in your palms. The skin readjusts. You are still here. That is the dread of epilogues. Somebody is always still here long enough to witness. Who witnesses, when no one survived? There is a ghost of a vox somewhere, a buoy that tried to speak and could not complete its sentence. It floats 2 kilometers from the southern ridge where an administratum relay once blinked its obedient blink toward orbit. The ligature that anchored it has been dissolved to lace. The buoy drifts, tethered by the general habit of physics, a glass stomach with a mouth and a memory. Inside the memory, salt has crawled through solder and laid down tiny continents on circuit paths. Wind knocks it once against a girder. It answers with a thud like a heart. On a day that is not a day, the buoy utters sound. Not because the machine spirit has recovered its courage, because heat makes metal move, and moving metal completes old circuits long enough for ghosts to trip. The first burst is a cough of carrier tone. The second is a word torn into syllables. This, the. The third is clearer, not because the machine knows more, but because the world asks less of it just then. A gust has cleared spores from the vein. A seam in resin elsewhere cools with a sigh. These tiny mercies align as if kindness could be a faction. The buoy finds the voice it was asked to keep. It speaks not to the sky. The sky is empty, for now, but to the land that made it. This is what happens to civilians. When the hive comes, static saddles the sentence, as if to warn it not to gallop too far. The recording is short. The ending has been eaten by a corruption that began as a drop of water and finished as a map of loss. But the sentence is enough. It sits in the air like a stone sits in a sling, heavy with purpose. It will never deliver, aimed at no one. The wind goes on. Elsewhere, a data slate buried under 3 centimeters of chitinous glaze wakes its own small light. A thumbprint locked in fat has protected a sliver of code. The slate shakes itself loose of dust and tries to fulfill its function. Its lumen meant to show a list of names opens on a field of error glyphs, then on a page that someone scrawled with a stylus when styluses were still used for writing, not stabbing. A set of instructions, a catechism of behaviors that might have mattered. The first line is a sentence written twice, as if the writer needed the practice. Trust the signs, not the voices. The slate bleeds its little light into the room, then drowns in voltage too weak to hold a thought. The words go where words go when rooms go quiet. They wait to be found, and read by no one. Seasons, if seasons still matter, do their arithmetic. Frost arrives, curious and short-lived, painting the resin seams with white whiskers that vanish at first light. Winds change their habits. Rock faces exfoliate old heat, and learn new cracks. There is a fall of meteor grit, 1 week, if weeks still, that rattles the city's ribs and leaves a smear of iron on a hill to the north that grows orange freckles whenever the air remembers moisture. From orbit on a chart in a ship that will never come here. The albedo of the planet has shifted up 0.2. In a margin someone will never fill, a scribe would have written efficiently bled. Instead, the margin remains a room where a pen was expected and did not arrive. What the hive leaves behind above all is the habit of looking up differently. In 100 other worlds across 100 other nights, men and women will stand on porches and gantries, roofs and catwalks, fields and flight decks, and they will feel an unease they will not name. Birds will take off a fraction of a second before they usually do. Dogs will place their heads upon their paws and watch the door with reverence unconnected to theology. Children will ask, "What is that sound?" There will be no sound to answer for. Somewhere far, so far that far loses meaning, something grows quiet the way a cat grows quiet before it fixes a line upon a thing that moves. Here, there is no one left to feel the prickle. Only geologies adjust themselves, and the sky gives back nothing until the next hunger comes. If a surveyor came in a century, they would not find bones. The acids made a good point. If a pilgrim came in a millennium, they might find a single brass button fused into resin on the edge of a street once called Mercy. If a Mechanicus barge came with measured thoughts and scraped samples from a capillary stump, their cogitators would drink calibration from the regularity of the chitin lattice, and print out a word the omniscire encourages, elegant. Perhaps someone would cough, and perhaps the report would be stamped and filed in a vault that knows how to survive 10,000 fires and not one unlocked door. What then? The galaxy goes on insisting upon itself. You want to know what the hive leaves behind that matters? A map of how quickly love fails. No, love didn't fail. It starved and walked, then starved and ran, then starved and lay down beside its dead, because leaving is a kind of betrayal. A case file on the death of faith. Faith did not die. It was refused the courtesy of the audience, and kept speaking until the throat that carried it no longer had water to shape sound. A treatise on the psychology of prey. We are not complicated. We run toward our children even when the door is a mouth. We try to make rooms out of bowls. We name the walls to flatter them into being loyal. When the sky changes color, we ask for one more hour to finish a task that will not matter in 3 breaths. The only useful artifact here is the sentence the boy knows and the slate almost remembered. It is a tool, a warning, a blade so simple it can cut through any room if raised in time. This is what happens to civilians when the hive comes. If you are reading this far from here, if some scribe or augur or haggard pilot has delivered the phrase into your keeping, if a machine spirit got brave for a moment and printed old air onto new paper, if a choir heard a scream that was only mostly made of fear and wrote it down, tie this to your wrist and do not let go. At the first omen, the quiet in the astropath's song, the way the psyker looks at a blank wall and sees dinner, the shadow that sits inside lights until lights behave like eyes, move, not to the cathedral, not to the mustering square, not to any place with benches and a story about safety. Move outward, across the grain of the city, toward dry stone and thin air. Do not wait for orders to improve. Orders will starve on the march. When the spores fall like sick snow, do not shelter under kindness. Kindness will glaze and become a seal. Break glass, break promises, break the habit of staying for one more neighbor, unless you can carry that neighbor. Carry children before heirlooms, carry water before vows, carry knives before books unless the book is a map. When the walls begin to speak your name they will, do not answer. The wall is taking attendance for your enemy. Teach your children a lie name for that day and use it. When a room looks exactly like your room but smells like bread you cannot account for, throw fire at the smell and leave through the wrong door on purpose. When you hear a cry from a place labeled gentle, nursery, chapel, hospice, understand that the hive has read your heart and would like to test it. You are allowed to fail that test in the direction of one life. Pass through, not into. If you must cut a tube, cut 2. If you must pray, pray for your legs. Trust the signs, not the voices. The signs are coarse, water that recedes, lights that hum a note with no conductor. Crowds that walk without conversation. The voices will offer you endings without cost. There is no such currency. If you have a ship, do not wait for a convoy that wears the right sigils. A swarm can learn those shapes in an afternoon. Leave under a sky that is still impolite. rather than actively murderous. If you cannot leave the planet, leave the city. All cities are bowls. Bowls are easy to fill. Be harder to fill. Rivers will betray you. Follow spines of rock, the oldest bones of the world. If you meet soldiers who still believe their map is the world, give them water and ask for their ammunition, not their plan. Share this warning before you need it. Write it in the margins of liturgies and on the underside of workbenches. Whisper it to children, hiding under tables during thunder. Burn it into the door frames of new houses. Teach it to vox operators, as the phrase they send when the choir dies, not coordinates, not pleas but a truth the next world can navigate by. Make it a superstition people roll their eyes at until the day they don't. And if the sky has already gone black, and the towers have already learned the rhythm of your breath, and the gargoyles have taken your priest, and the mouths in the walls are practicing your mother's voice, then you have hours perhaps. Use them like knives. Make your death disobedient. Leave a scratch someplace. The hive will fail to polish. Break a hinge it would have preferred to function. Smuggle a child through a seam it has not sealed yet. Tell one person the sentence, and make them promise to tell another and another, until someday some boy is stupid with courage and coughs your defiance into a room far away. Do not look for heroes. Heroes are stories we tell after the hungry have moved on. Look for friction. The moment the hive expects compliance and takes a bruise instead, collect bruises. Make a rosary of them. They won't save your world. They might buy time for the next. If you cannot believe any of this, believe the one part that should fit inside any skull that has ever been warmed by breath. This is what happens to civilians when the hive comes. You cannot bargain with hunger at this scale. You cannot shame it or threaten it, or teach it compassion. You can only hear the warning early enough to stand up while standing still is still an option, and move while movement is still a verb that belongs to you. This is not a prophecy. It has already happened. It will happen again. So here is the call, the only call that matters, the call the boy tried to make, and the slate tried to keep, and the dead would make, if their mouths had not been requisitioned for other uses. Carry this sentence forward. Copy it where paper can hide, where code can linger, where walls can remember. Say it in quiet rooms where preparedness sounds rude. Teach it to the joyful before joy has to choose. The hive is not listening now. It will, later. Speak while you can without paying interest. When the shadow in the warp leans over your world, and your lights begin to hum wrong, do not look up for long. Run, warn, scatter, burn the doors that pretend to be safe. Choose one child, one neighbor, one stranger, and be their exit. And when you are through the mouth and the throat is closing, shout the sentence once for the next voice to catch on the wind. This is what happens to civilians when the hive comes.